never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Miami's mayor is promising residents and visitors the city is ready for whatever happens Tuesday as former President Trump arrives at the federal courthouse for his arraignment.
In our city, we obviously believe in the Constitution and believe that people should have the right to express themselves, but we also believe in law and order, and we know that and we hope that tomorrow will be peaceful.
Mayor Francis Suarez says the city is used to handling large crowds. Trump faces 37 federal charges for allegedly hiding classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago home. The federal judge overseeing Trump's arraignment Tuesday is ordering media be prohibited from bringing cell phones or other electronic devices into the Miami courthouse. Florida courts called it a manslaughter. The family of a black man killed by a white neighbor during a dispute about her kids wants the charges upgraded to murder. The Reverend Al Sharpton delivered the eulogy for A.J. Owens at Meadowbrook Church on Monday.
What happened here is wrong, and we come to stand with this family to call wrong wrong.
Deputies say Owens had knocked on the door of Susan Lawrence's home to discuss the situation. He was shot through the closed door. Lawrence says she acted in self-defense. Longtime Wheel of Fortune host Pat Sajak is planning to retire next year after more than 40 years on the TV game show.
He made the announcement in a tweet Monday saying the upcoming 41st season will be his last. The 76-year-old said it's been a wonderful ride, adding that he'll have more to say in the coming months. Sajak started on Wheel of Fortune back in 1981 alongside co-host Vanna White. The show's 41st season is set to begin in September. I'm Brian Shook.
And student loan payments are due starting in October. This is USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Pennsylvania officials say a bridge on I-95 will need to be demolished after a tanker truck fire caused it to collapse Sunday. State transportation officials say the driver of the truck lost control while taking an exit ramp and crashed into a wall. The tanker was carrying 8,500 gallons of gas, which caught fire. Repairs could take months before one of the busiest stretches of highway in the Northeast can reopen. 6 ABC reported a body had been found in the rubble of the bridge, but the transportation secretary declined to confirm any deaths. New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand is pushing for bipartisan legislation that would combat the nation's fentanyl crisis.
Gillibrand says the Fend Off Fentanyl Act would, in part, declare a national emergency and require President Biden to sanction members of criminal organizations that are trafficking the drug into the United States. New York City Special Narcotic Prosecutor Bridget Brennan says the bill gives prosecutors the tools they need to address sellers. New York City reported more than 2,600 overdoses in 2021, and 80% were connected to fentanyl. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The EPA has signed off on $300 million in funding for sewage projects along the border. The money will go toward expanding the South Bay wastewater treatment plant near San Ysidro, a new sewage treatment facility in Mexico, and repairs for sewage pipes in Tijuana. The Monday marks 7 years since the deadly Pulse nightclub mass shooting in Florida. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, and just like that, we close out Captain Ron's favorite day of the week, Monday. Yeah, kid. So now that we got the hard part behind us, we'll settle in. Make our way into the 13th day of June. That'll be a Tuesday. From time zone to time zone. It looks like a pretty darn good night for trailer trucking out there. Most of the country. Yeah, pretty much all the severe weather that was impacting parts of the country over the past day is winding down. The tornado watch that was still in effect for central portions of Texas expiring at the midnight hour Eastern time. So, yeah, most of the storm activity in Texas is pretty much dissipated. The setting of the sun, loss of the daytime heating. So, really a quiet night. We had some strong storms pushing through the southeast. Georgia, South Carolina, that's all now off the eastern seaboard. So really just a little bit of lingering rain, light to moderate rain. Southeast Georgia, moving down into the Florida Panhandle region. Nothing widespread there. You are getting some much needed rain in the Northeast. Most of the rain now out of Pennsylvania. It's New York. Some rain will be pushing into the New England area overnight tonight. And of course, yeah, they really could use more rain up there in parts of Ontario and Quebec, Canada. Some of that rain is headed their direction. We will keep our eyes on the central states over the next couple of days. Multiple rounds, they tell us, of dangerous storms. It's the traditional setup, the clash of the air masses, summer-like heat, and plenty of moisture in place across the plains and the Mississippi Valley. That sets the stage for, according to AccuWeather, potentially explosive thunderstorm development. Atmosphere will be primed, plenty of energy supporting vigorous storms. Over the weekend, we saw Sunday storms started off with a bang, widespread thunderstorms sweeping through much of the plains in the southeast. Nearly 300 reports of damaging winds and severe hail when all was said and done. According to the Storm Prediction Center, mainly across a large region extending from southeast Colorado all the way to Georgia and South Carolina. Texas, extremely large hail in poorly positioned locations as those storms rapidly developed during the afternoon and evening. Hail as large as baseballs fell in Denton County, a population of over 900,000 people. In Dallas's northwest suburbs. Now, hail of that size, damaging roofs, shattering windshields, denting vehicles. Further to the east, storms more commonly produced damaging wind gusts across portions of Tennessee, Mississippi, and Georgia. Power outages as well. As of Monday morning, both Tennessee and Alabama still had over 10,000 power outages. Yeah, headed into the work week here, daily rounds of intense storms remain in the cards. Now, here we are, heading into Tuesday. A swath from eastern Colorado to Mississippi and Alabama. Severe weather will be possible for the upcoming day. In that region, you've got a corridor in Texas, including the likes of Fort Worth and Abilene, all at risk for intense storms later today. Hail again, heavy rain, damaging winds, even isolated tornadoes could spin up. The western portions in that zone in particular could really use some downpours namely Kansas and western Oklahoma, with the drought conditions continuing in those areas. Yeah, almost all of the Oklahoma Panhandle is under severe drought conditions. Looks like the prime risk for severe weather begins shifting further east by midweek as the pattern in the upper levels of the atmosphere undergoes a bit of a shakeup. The moderate risk zone after a day of sporadic severe weather on Tuesday. By Wednesday, that area of thunderstorms may push its way toward the southeast rather than the plain states. So we're kind of focusing on Birmingham, Alabama to Atlanta, Georgia. The positioning of storms Wednesday, highly dependent on exactly where the previous day's storms kind of develop. So, we'll take a look ahead toward the latter portions of the week as we roll on into the early hours of a Tuesday with some of those stronger storms. We actually had Eskimo Mom sent me several stories, as a matter of fact. National Weather Service storm damage survey teams actually confirming 2 tornadoes that touched down in the Miami Valley region of Ohio on Sunday. Storm survey teams confirming a tornado in Tip City, followed by a second confirmed tornado near Christiansburg in Champaign County. According to the National Weather Service, both of these were small, categorized as EF0 tornadoes. It's about 7:20, the first touchdown on the west side of South Tip Road in Tip City. It was there that a detached garage had part of the roof lifted off and removed. Some parts of that roof were found in fields about 200 yards away. The tornado in Tip City touched down for about a minute, traveled just over a half mile, winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. The survey teams noted that from the initial noted damage, the tornado increased in intensity a little. More extensive tree damage was found further to the north and east. Tornado traveled about 0.8 of a mile. All right, that was the Christiansburg tornado. So, some damaging winds over the weekend. That's the same frontal system that is now lifting off to the north and east, bringing those showers, much-needed rain there to much of central and eastern New York tonight. All right, out of the box here. Well, as anticipated, Philly Dan is on board. Happy Taco Tuesday, right? Prayers for the family of the tanker driver in Philadelphia. Yes, traffic was bad on Monday. We'll get just how bad was it. This is going to impact with this closure of I-95 there in northeast Philadelphia. A very heavily traveled freight corridor. This is going to be having ripple effects. We have an update there from Freight Waves this past day that'll break it all down there. And yes, I think Eagle pretty much called it last evening. While the reports were saying that there were no injuries or fatalities with the bridge collapse there, the driver of the tanker truck, we were all kind of saying, well, if the driver of the tanker truck were able to get out and escape the fire, would he not have been on the news, right? Being interviewed. What happened? Remains of the tanker driver indeed were recovered this past day. They have identified the driver, and we had one of our listeners last evening that kind of chimed in with, he had the scoop, and it was correct. You said that was a bad turn, that ramp there underneath 95, and the driver indeed turned the truck over there. Hello to Joe Self. Morning, Steve, all the Overnight Drive listeners. It's a nice 59 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Double nickel degrees here in the far southeastern side of Hamilton County, Ohio. Hello to Pappy. Guess he's busy at the district tonight. He simply said, be safe, all you nocturnal listeners. Yes, there in Winchester, Virginia, finally got some much-needed rain on Monday. Everybody have a good night. Hello to Marianne. Good morning to the Overnight family. Happy Tuesday. Debbie, all clear in southern Montana tonight. 59 degrees with cloudy skies. Captain Ron, there he is, checking in. Let's roll. Semper Fi. Canadian Terry passing through Nashville, Tennessee on a nice, cool night. Everybody be safe. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Good morning, Steve, and the best informed audience. Cool, calm, and clear. Just like Steve Summers here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Hey, a special thank you to all the hardworking drivers, farmers, the brave men and women of law enforcement, first responders. Also, all the brave men and women of our military, past, present, and future. Thank you. Thank you, says Dipsy driver. Hello, Shorty. I-95 southbound at the Georgia-Florida line, 81 degrees. It's Orlando, turnaround number 1. Rockpick on board. Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls. 57 cloudy skies here in Rochester, New York. Happy Tuesday, all you hard-working Americans. It's great to be awake with you all while most of the nation sleeps. Everybody watch out for the other driver out there. Stay safe and enjoy. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry. Be safe. We're also getting some, yes, much-needed rain here in the Northeast. 67 degrees in Fishkill, New York. Millie, that's Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve and everyone. I love the smell of earth. After a good rain, we really needed it. Everybody stay safe out there and be blessed. All right, Safety Man, praying for all the truckers out there tonight. You don't have to be a team driver to have company in the cab. Safe travels. All right. Hello to Steve. Really happy to hear you, Steve. My local AM station pretty much off air these days. This Steve from Ottawa, Illinois. All right, good to have you on board. Gilligan, getting that week started. Morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Partly cloudy but dry. 61 here on top of Christiansburg Mountain. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There you go. There's Matthew. Morning, Steve, and the overnight listeners. The storms did indeed hit Dallas. The hail went from golf ball size to baseball size after it passed South Fort Worth. Yeah, big hail, right? That'll give you a headache. Let's see. Hello to another Stephen, Mr. Mulvaney there. First full night drive in a long while. Looking forward to a great show. Headed to Williamsburg, Virginia tonight. There you go. Welcome aboard. All right, we'll give you the breakdown. The mess there along I-95, Philadelphia area, that 160,000 vehicles that normally traverse that region on any given day. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios, our secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. Welcome aboard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Philadelphia. So what we've got is essentially a 7-mile stretch of key interstate there in the Northeast. It's going to be offline for months. Trucking officials cautiously taking stock on Monday on how service might be impacted. Trucking officials contacted by FreightWaves about the closing of 95 were reluctant to do two things. First of all, reluctant to go on the record about their views or to make a definitive prediction of what might occur. Now, the facts on the ground got a bit grimmer Monday. The discovery of the remains of the driver whose fuel-carrying truck caught fire beneath the overpass Sunday morning. The fire collapsing, if you missed the story, the northbound lanes, and significant structural damage to the southbound lanes, eliminating any chance that even limited service could resume anytime soon on even half the interstate. Now, the estimate of the closure and repairs lasting months, according to the governor, prompting discussion on Twitter about whether Pennsylvania would need more time than was needed to reconstruct a similar bridge after a fire and a collapse in Atlanta. Now, that was back in 2017. That saw the bridge rebuilt in about 6 weeks' time. But as trucking companies figure out how to get around the closure, the question of maybe waiving the tolls on other roads came up. One option for north-south traffic looking to avoid I-95 in Philadelphia would be head west on the PA Turnpike. That idea has the interest of the president of the Pennsylvania Motor Truck Association. In an interview this past day, said the question a driver would have about going further west is the balance between cost in terms of money and time of staying close to I-95 or maybe headed further out to roads like Interstate 81, getting there via the PA Turnpike, which that's Interstate 76. Our members are already planning to avoid the area, she said, as far as Philadelphia, while the state has recommended the one detour route. She said the PMTA is awaiting recommendations on what she called the Golden Detour. That's where a toll waiver would come into play. One thing we're looking at is whether there's the ability to use the Pennsylvania Turnpike and whether there's any legislative authority there to waive the tolls. That sort of a waiver would probably need legislative authority and couldn't come just from the administration of Governor Shapiro. So things to look at, it would seem commonsensical, at least for a brief, 1 month, month and a half, whatever it's going to be. I mean, obviously, this project is going to have number one priority to get things back up and running. So there you go. And yes, as we mentioned there, the details, Monday officials recovering the remains of the driver of that truck. According to the reports, the truck struck a wall, overturned, resulting in that massive fire, causing the partial collapse of 95. The tanker truck was buried under the rubble, under the overpass. Officials said that the body of a person was discovered in the wreckage. Let's see, ABC Action News said the tanker truck driver, Nathaniel Moody, was the driver involved. And let's see, repairs, again, are going to take months. National Transportation Safety Board began the investigation there on Monday. All right, we'll get a news break coming up here, of course, Tuesday. All the media world focused on Donald Trump's appearance. His arraignment will be taking place in Miami today. You hear it in the news break that authorities are bracing for whatever may come their way. I don't know whether are they thinking there's going to be an insurrection over this. I don't know what they're expecting, but all right. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. I think rather on the flip side of the coin, shouldn't there be a bit more of a media focus on the latest breaking news in regards to the big guy? According to authorities this past day, Chuck Grassley said, hey, we've got, apparently, the whistleblower has actual phone recordings, audio recordings, 17 such recordings dealing with the conversations regarding Joe and Hunter Biden and the bribery scheme. Updates on that coming up here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Over 40 million Americans are on alert for severe weather this week. Citizens from Denver down to Dallas, as far east as Charlotte, North Carolina, may experience hail, winds up to 70 miles per hour, possible tornadoes. Some parts of the country, including Alabama and Georgia, have already been getting pummeled by a line of intense storms that's been pushing southeast. Friends and family members said goodbye Monday to a black mother of four allegedly shot to death by a white neighbor in Florida during a dispute involving her children. Civil rights leader Reverend Al Sharpton delivered the eulogy at A.J. Owens' funeral.
Yes, we're angry, but we're not mad. We discipline our anger to get justice.
Susan Lawrence is charged with manslaughter, but Owens' family has begun a petition demanding the charge be upgraded to second-degree murder. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heart beats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, lots to cover as we roll into a new day here. Coming up when we get to industry headlines, have an update, UPS, Teamsters negotiations. Got an update on Yellow Corporation. Not the best of news on that front. Meanwhile, in New York this past day, a tour boat capsizing in an underground cave along the Erie Canal in upstate New York. One dead and nearly a dozen sent to the hospital. A total of 28 visitors from a tour group and one staff member aboard a boat operated by the Lockport Cave, an underground boat ride, when it became unbalanced and flipped over, throwing everybody in the water. Apparently, a 60-year-old man ended up stuck under the capsized boat and drowned. 16 rescued by emergency crews, while others were able to navigate out of the water safely. He said when crews arrived, the boat was upside down. Some people were actually on top of the vessel. 11 taken to hospitals, non-life-threatening injuries, including broken arms, head injuries, things like that. He noted the boat is it's a flat-bottom pontoon that could hold 40 people safely. No one had on a life jacket at the time the vessel flipped over. Unsure whether wearing a life jacket was actually required. But the boat was touring what they call the Lockport Cave, about 20 miles east of Niagara Falls, there near the U.S.-Canada border. The Lockport Cave, an underground boat ride, takes people along the Erie Canal through an underground cave. Embark on one of America's longest underground boat rides along the Erie Canal. Experience a trip of wonders, according to the website. Visitors are awestruck as they take a ride that's been described as both peaceful and kind of eerie as the boat glides through the lifeless water, illuminated only by some small, sporadically placed electric lights. The tour was part of a free familiarization tour that Destination Niagara USA hosts every year for hospitality employees from all over the country. Now, they say the cave maintains a temperature of 55 degrees year-round. Now, the water, and this is interesting, the water is only, say, 5.5 feet deep. Some areas may be just 6 feet deep. So most individuals should have been able to safely stand up in the water once that boat capsized. So All right. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. How about Wheel of Fortune? Pat Sajak. Yeah, one final episode, or one final season, I guess that would be, after 40 years. He says his 41st season that's coming up will be the end. The time has come. I've decided that our 41st season, which begins in September, will be my last, he says. Not clear who's going to take the spot. Some of the chatter on the internet suggested maybe his daughter, country singer Maggie Sajak, could fill his shoes. But Pat said it's been a wonderful ride. I'll have more to say in the coming months, but many thanks to you all. All right. Yeah, of course, he's been hosting since 1981. Yeah, you remember back when the program first started, Wheel of Fortune? You remember when Chuck Woolery and Susan Stafford hosted that show, starting in 1975? But Pat Sajak, last September, actually surpassed Bob Barker from The Price is Right to be the longest-running host of any game show. Wow, 40 years plus. How about that? So, the time has come. It's 844-844-3388. What's going on out on the campaign trail?
Oh, buddy, I'm heading to your city today, buddy.
Oh, yeah?
Believe it or not. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now, what I'm wondering is if I'm thinking what I'm thinking, I'm supposed to go to this Riverbend Music Center. Is that the old Riverfront Stadium, Steve, or whatever?
No, it's Coney Island. That's where it's the old Coney Island, the amusement park and the Sunlight Pool.
Oh yeah, up on the north side.
I guess you'd call that the west side. Really?
I'm thinking of Kings Island.
Yeah. You're thinking, not Kings Island. It's Coney Island.
Gotcha, brother. Gotcha. But I'm over here in Slade, Kentucky. On my way, buddy. I got tickets for one of the last shows they're going to do. The Dead and Company, buddy. I'm going to be down there on Shakedown Street. The Balloon Man will be back. The Balloon Man is back for all those deadheads out there listening tonight. So, we're going to have a good time, Steve. We're just going to get all hippie-fied, and hell, I may be running around naked.
Oh, Lord have mercy. So it's a Grateful Dead show? They still play with no Jerry Garcia?
Yeah, buddy. They're still playing. A few of them are. They plugged in some other people, but yeah, buddy. I mean, I used to be a deadhead back in the day.
I bet.
Yeah. I used to roam the country and sell balloons to get from show to show and get tickets, buddy. So, yeah, I'm returning to it. It's about building a coalition, buddy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We got to do this. Look at what's going on. You see dirt on the left side. You see dirt on the right side. Well, there's got to be some middle ground for some middle Americans, some middle income people out there. And just because you're in the middle, people, don't think that you ain't the majority. You are. We ain't all rich and we ain't all poor, but the middle is where it's at. And that's what I'm focusing on, buddy. And we're going to do it. We're going to do it. These little baby steps are going to get us going, buddy. Believe it or not, we got the Lauren Weiss on board, 99-time world champion bull hauler. I never knew they'd let a man over 100 years old drive a truck. Dang on. He's with us. And I appreciate the support, Steve. It's going to happen. And don't y'all fear. The inbred redneck is here. But yeah, buddy, it's going to be great. You need to come on down there, Steve. Half the excitement is in the parking lot, buddy.
Right.
It's
So
even
now,
before it even happens.
do you have pavilion, like an actual seat, or they have the lawn seating where you bring your blanket out there and sit on the lawn?
I'm in the pit, buddy.
In the pit, okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm old enough. I've been in them pits many times, so I think I can make it through it at least one last time. So we're going to see what happens. See if I'm too old for it. But the great thing about a Grateful Dead concert is they may be drooling on you or something like that, but there's, no, what they used to call that stuff? Slam dancing. That's what it was. You remember that, Steve, back 80s and 90s? Slam dancing and all that. That mostly happened at heavy metal concerts,
Yeah, the mosh pit. I'll admit, I have never in my life been in a mosh pit and have no desire to do so.
Yeah, it ain't much fun. I remember, I think it was 92 or 93. Buddy, one of the scariest things I ever been in, I went to a Guns N' Roses and Metallica concert for some god-awful reason. And a daggone riot broke out, and it was awful, buddy. Let me tell you, Guns N' Roses wouldn't come on stage, so everybody started getting mad and throwing stuff, and some cat was burning something, and I was like, I'm getting out of here. And about that time, it just all went poo-poo, buddy. And I was glad to get out of there. But that all happened in little old Knoxville, Tennessee. I hope I don't bring bad luck up there to Cincinnati, Steve. If you hear something bad on the news, I'll probably be in the middle of it, buddy.
Oh, boy.
You know me.
We've been forewarned.
Yeah. But it's going to be a good time. I don't fear it at all, buddy. Most of them people are good people, and most of us are geriatric anyway. These young people, they're, how can we say it, white lily flower, be nice to them, hey, takes all kinds. So, yeah, that's what I got going on here. The redneck girls are in tow. I'm waiting on them. I'm over here in the big old metropolis of Slade, Kentucky at the rest area waiting on them, buddy.
Okay.
So, we're going to see what happens here. Yeah, and then the week after that, that's going to be the Barn Stormer, buddy, hitting the music festival, and then the, USFL football game on the 18th, and then going to Buc-ee's on the 20th. Yeah, it's going to be wild, buddy. And, I'm also looking at possibly being in New York City on the 22nd, buddy, at another Grateful Dead concert. We're going to pull them in from all corners, buddy. Everybody send your donations to Gilligan and keep us all in your prayers. And wait for Steve. Give out the official word.
We will wait for a full report on how things go in the mosh pit. So a Tuesday night Grateful Dead Riverbend Music Center. Looks like you got great weather for the outdoor concert. No rain. Ain't gonna rain on your parade tonight. All right, hello to Rob. Good morning, Steve. It's time to feed some New Englanders. It's off to Western Massachusetts for 2 this morning. Let's see. Interstate 95, nothing major. Just part of Joe Biden's Build Back plan. There you go. Thank you. Bidu checks in this Tuesday morning. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hello to Dean, not Sylvester from the land down under, but good morning from the birthplace of Johnny Appleseed. The plastic pink flamingo, buckskin Sam, and Tupperware. Lowminster, Massachusetts. All right, good to have you on board, Dean. 5-7, copy the mail. Looks like he is not on the road tonight. Good morning. Wife's in the shop, Little Green. All right, so Little Green's in the shop. The wife's going to the doctor. Yeah, get it straight there. I haven't had my coffee yet. All right, so wife going to the doctor in the morning, so I guess he's at the home 20 tonight, where, of course, cell service is all but it's non-existent there. So he won't be able to call in tonight. Hello to Peter. He is in the land down under. Good day, Steve. How's it going tonight? Getting back into it after the long weekend. All right, Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 65 degrees. No rain today, but it was cloudy. Sun peeking out from time to time. Overall, a nice day as I was running some errands, getting my suit that I have hemmed from where I bought it and my shirt at the dry cleaners. My friend that had the heart attack got out of the hospital today. Has to take it easy for a few weeks, but they said he could drive truck again. I'm not sure his family's going to want him to do that, though. Yeah, know what I think would be the greatest thing ever? If the judge in the Trump arraignment either dismissed the charges or when his attorneys requested all charges be dropped, granted the request. I mean, the Democrats, the radical left, their heads would explode. I think it would be hilarious. But have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. And there's Jeff from New York City checking in, ready for another great show. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, just checking out some of the time-lapse drone footage from this past day as the crews, the heavy equipment out there, the demolition of that section of I-95 that collapsed. They say everything will be cleared out of there within the week. yeah, they ain't wasting any time. They made a lot of progress this past day. All right, industry headlines. Start with our update. UPS and the Teamsters have reached 24 separate tentative contract agreements, including the ban on UPS introducing new technologies without first bargaining with the union. Under one of the agreements, UPS would be required to negotiate with the Teamsters at least 45 days before it introduces certain technologies such as drones, driverless vehicles, or platooning into the network. According to the Teamster General President, Sean O'Brien, updating members on progress in negotiating a new master contract once the current 5-year agreement expires at the end of July. Now, prior to this, there was some pretty loose language that did not give us the ability to sit down and negotiate, and the company could just implement. UPS and the Teamsters also agreed that 50% of SurePost packages will be delivered by UPS by the end of the next contract, with the remainder still handled by the U.S. Postal Service. Currently, UPS Teamsters deliver about 42% of those shipments. Tentative agreement also reduces the size of packages eligible for delivery by the Postal Service. Both tenets will result in millions more packages being delivered by union drivers, according to O'Brien. In another change, part-timers will have more flexibility to move to other positions at the company other than for educational purposes. In addition, UPS will be barred from taking disciplinary action based on technology. The Teamsters have stopped installation of driver-facing cameras and must prove that they be shut off. UPS cannot use data from any type of technology to discipline drivers. In a statement, UPS said, "We're pleased that we're making steady progress with the Teamsters on a wide array of topics. All contract language, of course, is subject to ratification by the 340,000 rank-and-file Teamsters." All right, making progress, right? What's going on? Horse feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Oh, so you were just reading there from somebody who was checking in there, said that they had a friend that had a heart attack there, possibly might go back to driving. So if somebody has had a heart attack and gone back to driving, I'd say if that's what you want to do, do it. You don't want to have the stress of driving, then stay away. But the only thing I can recommend is that if you've had the heart attack, get with your hospital, your cardiologist, and find out about a cardiac rehab program, because that's probably the best thing you can do is, spend a few weeks, 6-8 weeks with having the cardiac rehab and being monitored in your rehabilitation to make sure that, your heart is recovering the way it needs to. It's a muscle, and you can't just go back to 100% of what you used to do. You actually have to build its strength back up again from the damage that it had.
Mm-hmm.
So a cardiac rehab program, and that's true pretty much, I guess, for any type of cardiac surgery. If you've had any type of cardiac surgery at all, to recover and let the heart muscle recover is good to get in there, because they put you on a monitor and watch you the whole time that you're exercising, and make sure you don't overdo, and make sure you're on actually a course of increasing activity while you're in their programs. So, of course, I kind of scared the people when they first asked me what I was planning on doing when I got done with rehab. And I said, well, I plan on going tractor pulling. And they said, well, what does that entail? I said, well, I got to load a big tractor on a truck and drive a truck to the tractor pull and take 3,000 pounds of weight off 100 pounds at a time, and through the course of the day, get 3,000 pounds of weight put back on the tractor, and then load everything back up and come on home. And they said, 100 pounds at a time? I'm like, well, yeah, that's what those weights weigh, 100 pounds. So kind of surprised that, somebody was, just had a heart attack, was actually looking and wanting to throw around 3,000 pounds of weight twice a day, Actually up to about 6,000 pounds in a day or afternoon. But anyways, we did all that. And of course, DOT had us mandatory required off the road for 8 weeks because we had the heart attack. And so
well, let's pause right there and close out hour number one, but we'll pick it up right after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is in Florida ahead of his arraignment on Tuesday, and he's speaking out about the federal indictment against him.
The former president wasted no time after landing in Miami to attack the Biden administration and the federal charges he's facing.
They've weaponized the Justice Department, absolutely weaponized it, in order to try and win an election where he's way behind.
In an interview on Radio Libre 790 in Miami, Trump said,
"There's never been anything like it. A witch hunt like this has never taken place. When you look at what they've done and when you look at the criminal acts and the horrible acts that they've committed, and then they come after me."
Trump is facing federal charges of possessing documents with national security implications. I'm John Schaefer.
Miami's mayor's promising residents and visitors the city is ready for whatever happens there amidst the Trump legal case. Mayor Francis Suarez on Monday.
Everyone has a right to peacefully express themselves and exercise their constitutional rights.
Residents and businesses in a rural East Kentucky town were being told to shelter in place after an officer-involved shooting. Olive Hill police say an officer was shot from a wooded area, and the suspect was not seen. The injured officer was airlifted to a hospital. Olive Hill is about 85 miles east of Lexington. President Biden postponed a meeting with the head of NATO after undergoing a root canal procedure Monday.
The procedure has been successfully completed, and he'll be certainly working in the residence.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president was doing just fine. Student loan payments are due starting October. The Department of Education said the pandemic pause on monthly federal student loan bills will resume this year. They say student loan interest will resume September 1st, with payments due beginning in October. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Gender-affirming treatments will now be protected in New York City. This includes reassignment surgery and hormone therapy. Mayor Eric Adams signed an executive order prohibiting the use of city resources to detain people who provide lawful treatments. It also prohibits the city from cooperating with out-of-state investigations. A Senate committee is asking for details on the PGA Tour's merger with Live Golf.
PGA and the Saudi-backed Live Golf made a controversial merger to form a bigger organization in what lawmakers call a drastic reversal in its position. Democrat Richard Blumenthal is requesting details of the agreement. He said it raises serious questions regarding the reasons for the announced agreement in a letter to the PGA Tour's commissioner. The Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations also sent a version of the letter to Live Golf's CEO. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Biden administration is defending its decision to initially say news reports of a secret Chinese spy operation in Cuba were inaccurate.
We were as forthcoming as we should have been at the time the first stories appeared.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters on Monday the information was sensitive at the time of the news reports. He said there's a limit on what can be disclosed. Kirby just last week called the news stories revealing the operation inaccurate. Wall Street's closing higher to start the week. Stocks rallied on expectations the Federal Reserve will skip another rate increase at this week's policy meeting. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much, Shad. Welcome back. Welcome aboard for those maybe just joining this hour. As we close out on Monday, hope your week's off to a good start. Well, for a lot of folks, what might have been an anticipated weekend trip to the beach for a good time turned into a rather distressing event as thousands of dead fish washed ashore on Texas Gulf Coast in biblical proportions, according to the report. According to officials, a low-dissolved oxygen event being the culprit. Photos, videos shared over the past weekend showing massive amounts of dead fish inundating the shoreline of Quintana Beach, about 61 miles south of Houston. Wave after wave that crashed ashore, pushing more dead fish on the beach. At one point, dead fish spanned from Quintana Beach to the mouth of the Brazos River, which is about 6 miles. An ecological disaster, according to one. There are hundreds of thousands of dead fish floating at Quintana Beach. You can see them floating as far as the eye can see. The smell is so pungent, it'll give you a headache. Beach officials obviously warned residents to stay out of the water as the thousands of dead fish raised bacterial levels in the water. Now, according to the Texas Park and Wildlife Kills and Spills team, low dissolved oxygen to blame for the swarms of dead fish. If there's not enough oxygen in the water, fish can't breathe. Now, low dissolved oxygen can be the result of human activity, but in many cases, it's a natural occurrence. This is one of the most common causes of fish kills in Texas. A lot of times it could be an excessive amount of algae that could be the blame. As algae decompose, they consume dissolved oxygen, making it difficult for the fish to absorb. All right, forecasters say that the water temperatures along the Texas coastline were generally running 2.5 to 3.5 degrees above normal, according to the NOAA buoys. But fish kills like this are common in the summer when temperatures increase, according to the Quintana Beach Parks page. Water samples taken from the area and other nearby locations, including the Brazos River, which feeds into the Gulf, revealed an alarming absence of dissolved oxygen. All right. Quintana Beach officials said the pedestrian beach was pretty much cleared of the fish by Sunday, but told folks give it a couple more days. Don't be getting into the water for a couple days to let things clear out. But I saw some of that video on AccuWeather. Just unbelievable, the number of dead fish. All right, back to horse feathers. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so do you think that has anything to do with nature and checks and balances, that maybe there was too many fish to be in the water, and, I mean, natural selection has to take over and keep checks and balances with the amount of fish in the water for the amount of food and oxygen for the fish to breathe and eat?
Sure.
I don't know. So anyways, I guess that gives new meaning of give a man a fish, he'll eat a meal, and teach a man to fish. And yeah, just go down there and pick them up off the beach. They're there by the thousands. Take your pickup down, load them up. Anyways, I guess you want to have a refrigerated truck when you did that, though, right?
Right.
So anyways, hey, to get back to the heart attack and finish that up real quick. So, of course, having a heart attack, you're required to be off the road for 8 weeks, 2 months, and then you have to go back and have to have a stress test to prove that you're in okay shape to get your medical card, and you no longer can be qualified for a 2-year medical card. The longest you can get is a 1 year. And from what my understanding is if you get the zipper put in, have to have open heart surgery, you actually have to be off the road for 6 months with that procedure.
Wow.
And then
now, do you have to do the stress test every time to get a medical card?
Every other time, have a stress test every 2 years for the medical card. So do it 1 year and get the medical card, and then it's good for the next year, and then when you go back the following year after that, then you have to have the stress test again, which is where I'm at. I have mine scheduled here for another month from now, so I can work on getting my medical card again in October. And of course, the U.S. DOT physical medical card is about worthless for letting anybody know about heart attack or stroke or things of that nature. It's pretty good there for the diabetes with the sugar and, your hearing and vision a little bit. But, as even Jolly Green Giant said there, that they're whispering tougher test for the hearing part of the DOT physicals. Kind of leaves a lot to be desired too. So, but anyways, yeah, I had a DOT physical. I think it was like the 17th of. Is that how it worked out? Maybe it was the 11th of February, and I had my heart attack on the 17th of March. And yeah, so it does a real good job of letting people know that there's arterial blockage or anything. No, it doesn't do any of that, Your Honor. So yeah, I don't know. It's just, and you pay a lot of money for these DOT physicals, and all it is, yeah, I don't know. I just another racket in the whole deal with the physical and drug testing and random drug testing and all that. But anyways, hey, to touch real quick for the people that I know aren't with us on Monday's show there, or Sunday night Monday, just throw out there, thank you for everybody helping me with Make-A-Wish. And I came up with another way that I'm going to help you as somebody that buys diesel fuel. Anybody that buys diesel fuel, and of course, if you're buying diesel fuel, you should be buying Hot Shot Secret to go with that diesel fuel, just to throw that out there. So I can save you lots of money, because Steve's going to save you money on your Hot Shot Secret to make your diesel fuel go further with his 10% off code, and of course 10% for being a CDL driver or holder, or being military or first responder and all that. You get that extra 10% off. But I'm going to get you your fuel cheap. So I got an email here, and I got to dig it out, but I have a code that goes with the Mudflap app, the Mudflap application. And if you sign up with that application, that app, I did my first purchase with it last night myself, and saved like 30 some cents. No, what did we figure out? Like 60 cents a gallon.
I think it was like 60 cents.
Yeah, 60 cents a gallon across the street from the Flying J. So anyways, you're going to save money by buying fuel, but when you do that, then I also get a little bit of money back for every one of your purchases. And for all that money back I get in my Mudflap account, I'm going to take all that Mudflap account money and put it into my Make-A-Wish project here. So all that'll go to my fundraising. So I'm going to get that code out there. So if anybody wants to sign up for the Mudflap app through my thing, they can save money on their fuel and help the kids all at the same time, and don't have to do anything extra to do it. How's that? And we'll have them save money on their fuel treatment as well.
Yes, sir.
Their stiction remover and all that good stuff to go with it. So we'll see how that all works out. But
you know,
for anybody out
60
there,
cents a gallon, though. I mean, that adds. I mean, because for your big truck, you're buying 150 gallons of fuel. That's a big time.
Oh, absolutely. Big savings. Yeah. So that'll be good. And you asked me, I should actually talk to you later. Somebody asked about being a company driver and being able to do it. The Mudflap app is actually you have to associate it with your credit card that does the purchase. So if you're using a fleet card or something like that, you're not able to use the Mudflap app with that discount card or your corporate company card. But anybody that's out there buying fuel on their own personal credit card, whether the company reimburses, even if the company reimburses you for it, if you're buying it with your card, then that'll go to that. Or if it's a company card. I mean, I bought mine with my boss's. We pay for fuel with one of the Spark cards, one of those Capital One Spark cards. And so he saves 2% on all his purchases because I just use that card. But I was able to use his card and still get money to my account because of using that. So, but it does have to be a regular credit card, the Visa, MasterCard, Discover, something of that nature, American Express. And that's kind of in a nutshell how it works. If anybody has questions, either message me there on Messenger or get a hold of me through Facebook or get a hold of me through Steve or whatever, and we'll make something work. And as I say, I got to dig this code up here, so I didn't get a chance to get to it yet today, but I got an idea how I'm going to find it. So we'll work on that. And you love these electronic devices, and I tell you, I wish we could go back to the days, Your Honor. I used to stop at the bank and cash my paycheck on Friday. They'd give me a $10 roll of quarters. They'd see me walk in, they'd have a $10 roll of quarters sitting there waiting for me, and I had people ask me, why do you get a $10 roll of quarters every week? I said, well, I got to have that to get directions, to have people tell me where to go. And I'm surprised. I said, I'm surprised I really have to give them a quarter to have them tell me where to go, because most everybody usually wants to tell me where to go no matter what without a quarter. But anyways, I used to get a $10 roll of quarters, and I'd ride around and make sure you always had a pen in your pocket and some folding cash there. You'd always have a few dollars, and you go in and use one of them pay phones. Remember them things that used to stand on a post, say pay phone? Then you drop a quarter in the pay phone, call up, get directions, and of course you didn't have any writing paper, so you pull that folding money out of your pocket and you write directions all over the folding money. And well, then of course the waitresses at the truck stops and all that be wondering, what the heck is all this writing on my money? You give me this tip money, it's got all this writing on it. Well, you're trying to get a date? What says? Is this direction to where I got to go? No. But anyway, so back in the good old days there, if we remember them, Your Honor. But that was also the days we had to stand out in the freezing cold with the 40-mile-an-hour wind and 60 below wind chill factor, and stand on there and wait on hold, and hopefully the trucking bozo would pick us up in 2 or 3 hours.
Right.
Those days, Your Honor?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
He's not lying. In the winter months, in those cold winter months, the phone call volume would drop off exponentially. Yeah, not everybody had the pleasure of having an indoor phone to dial up. Yeah, those are the good old days, right? 844-844-3388. Back into
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, another tidbit. Eskimo Mom had thrown my way this past day. Up in her neck of the woods. Yeah, 2 men. One from Brookville and another from Franklin, Ohio, killed after 2 tires came off the axle of a trailer and crashed into a van on I-75 this past morning there in Miami County. The driver of the van, 77-year-old David Wright of Franklin, and a passenger, 72-year-old John Weedle of Brookville, identified as the men killed in the crash, according to troopers. It's about 11 o'clock this past morning. I-75, 2 miles north of the Northwoods Boulevard exit. Preliminary investigation found a semi-trailer traveling south had the two tires from the axle of the trailer it was pulling dislodged. Those tandem tires went through the median into the northbound lanes, and it was pretty much the worst-case scenario. The tires actually sideswiped a minivan first, bounced up in the air, and I mean literally went into the van with the two individuals in the front seat. I mean, it looks like those tires ended up pretty much in the back. So just incredible impact. State troopers were initially looking for the semi-trailer that was involved in the incident, but have since located it and the driver. Driver of the semi, later identified as Lyndon Hirschberger of Winchester, Ohio. State troopers say it's still unknown and under investigation if Hirschberger was even aware the tires came off the trailer. All right, so my, just so I-75 was shut down for hours, reopened a little after like 2:30 this past afternoon. Well, good morning to Cue Ball. What's happening out there?
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, that's quite unfortunate right there. I don't know how you have a whole hub assembly, brake drum, and set of tires come flying off a trailer and driver don't know about it, but I suppose it's possible, but yikes. That didn't just happen like snap. That was, I doubt that. Well, I shouldn't say shouldn't, but I highly doubt that spindle broke, and most usually the wheel bearings lock up. They scream, and then they, out comes flying off the spindle. Anyway, the whole thing with that Philadelphia bridge, man, that thing, I was watching a thing on YouTube yesterday about it. It was another channel that put up the whole press conference with the governor and the mayor and the fire department. And I heard your show yesterday when Eagle was sniffing about where's the driver. Meanwhile, you got the governor, you got the police, DOT, Department of Environmental Protection, if you ever lived in Pennsylvania, you know what I mean? Over there, and they're like, no injuries, no deaths. And I'm like, well, how'd that truck get underneath that bridge and wind up on fire? You don't know. Like, what do you mean, like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Right.
You don't know what company, you don't know the driver. So, what the driver get? They get in a cab and leave? No. He's dead, you idiots. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, listen, these are the smart people. These are the smart people that we pay to take care of us, to write the accident reports and get these are the people that regulate the industry, to write the accident reports, to make all the rules and regulations, blah, 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 blah. And then I was smart if they look like the governor. Like, the governor, what? The governor's not smart if they're like, hey, Mr. Mayor, where's the driver? Hey, Mr. State Policeman, where's the driver? Everybody talk to him? Governor, is anybody dead? Well, I would have been like, officially, we don't know. But we can't find the driver, and I'm pretty sure he's in that pile. So, officially, no. But it don't look good. There's another thing, too, that I noticed with this. Now, I don't mean to be disrespectful. The driver is dead. We know this. The adjectives they were using to describe this, and now everything is like, I mean, the weather. I mean, even on my YouTube channel, I always plus chops about the bomb, cyclone, we're all gonna die. It's a freaking snowstorm. Get over it. Whatever. We're weaponizing weather. But we always have to over-embellish when bad crap happens, right? So the adjectives they were using yesterday were catastrophe, disaster. I'm like, it's a truck wreck and fire with major property damage. That's not the bombing of Pearl Harbor. It's not 9/11, the collapse of the World Trade Center and a portion of the Pentagon.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody dropped an atomic bomb on Philadelphia. A cruise ship didn't sink. I don't know. The meteorite didn't kill everything on the planet Earth. It's not a catastrophe. It's not a disaster. It was catastrophe, disaster, and one other. I can't remember it off the top of my head. It was three of them I heard that were like completely overblown. Like, is it a major traffic problem? Yes. Is it the end of the world? Hardly. Now, here's one thing that they're not going to tell you. And Happy, if you're listening, you can probably verify this one. This is what you're not going to hear. Steve, I've been complaining for years that these more modern trucks with this exhaust systems, they burn a lot hotter than those exhaust pipes, the exhaust, the DPF system, the muffler, whatever, however you want to call it. These things run at a much hotter temperature than the old school just muffler on a truck. So when you get into an accident and that diesel tank, which is just aluminum, breaks, and that diesel hits that exhaust, on a 1984 model truck like mine, likelihood it's just going to, like...
It's not hot enough for the diesel to combust, right? Well, hold that thought. We got to pause for a news break there.
USA News Update. Miami is ready for President Trump's arraignment at the federal courthouse tomorrow. Mayor Suarez assures that the city can handle large crowds with sufficient law enforcement and fire rescue personnel. The police chief has confirmed no credible threats exist at the present time. President Biden postponed a meeting with the head of NATO today due to a root canal procedure. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president is doing just fine after his root canal.
The procedure has been successfully completed, and he'll be certainly working in the residence this afternoon.
The meeting with the NATO Secretary General was rescheduled for tomorrow. American sentiment towards inflation is becoming increasingly positive as people believe it's on a downward trajectory. The latest survey of consumer expectations conducted by the New York Federal Reserve reveals that the inflation outlook reached its lowest point in 2 years in May. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. detergents. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Back to cue ball. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, no trouble, Steve. You know, the whole thing, I've been talking about this for a long time, this whole thing with the DPF systems and the trucks. You know, I can make an argument the fact that the whole thing with the DPF systems are probably more environmental or damaging than an older truck, just in the fact you have to produce the diesel exhaust fluid, package it, haul it, and then you have all them plastic containers, all the waste from it. You know, I just to get rid of a little bit of smoke. But not only that, the systems run a lot hotter. In other words, if you had an older truck and you got into a bad wreck and your fuel tank were to rupture and it landed on your exhaust pipes, most times it didn't ignite. It actually just cooled the exhaust off. See, most people don't realize that these brain trusts over there in Philadelphia, they can't figure out a missing driver. Probably means he died in the wreck. These brain trusts don't know the difference between diesel and gasoline. Take a lit match, throw it on a puddle of gasoline, it's lit. Take a lit match, throw it on a puddle of diesel fuel, the match goes out. But the exhaust systems run so damn hot that if you were to burst your fuel tank in a crash, because it's only aluminum, it's really easy to rupture it, and it sprays on your exhaust, it's lit, it's hot. Now here's the other question I got. Again, these people are dumber than a box of rocks, okay? They don't know diesel from gasoline. And from the videos I saw of the fire and all the smoke, I don't, again, this is where there are much more smarter people than me. That didn't look to me like a gasoline fire. Was it a tanker trailer? Sure. But that doesn't mean it was a gas. All you need is, if you think about it, all you need is one official to say gasoline tanker when it was really maybe diesel. And you know how it works, right? One guy releases it, one reporter writes it, and it literally is cut and pasted through like 100 different websites and 100 different newspapers, but it's all the same exact article. How many times do you see that? You Google something, read it from this, read it from that. It's all rip and read from one idiot So if it's written wrong the first time, it's written wrong 106th time on the 106 different pages you might read this on. So to me, it did not look like a gasoline fire. So again, I'm no expert when it comes to just fighting fires or even how hot stuff burns when it burns. But can a gasoline fire? Again, look at the situation in Philadelphia, the way it worked out. Right, the road surface on the bridge, of the overpass, was concrete steel. None of that is combustible. You could soften that stuff, weaken it for sure, but it ain't gonna burn. Not aluminum, right? Not wood, steel, and concrete. Now, the only other thing you might have lit off underneath that bridge, if you got it burning hot enough, is if the truck crashed onto asphalt, the tar, the road surface. You can set that on fire. But I don't think so. From the picture I saw, it looked like it was concrete also. Can gasoline burn hot enough to collapse a bridge? We know diesel can. Ever heard of Twin Towers? That's just glorified kerosene with the jet fuel. And that softened the bridge gird, not bridge gird, the steel trusses that held up the concrete floors to collapse and then take the towers down. That's how that fell down. But point is, I don't know if a gasoline fire can actually take a bridge down, but a diesel fire can. Now, what I'm saying you're not going to hear about is, did the truck crash, burst the fuel tanks, and light the fuel tanks on fire, and the tanker survive, but then ignite in the initial fire?
Mm-hmm.
Or did the tank trailer, burst and also ignite by the hot exhaust of the truck? That's the question I want to know. If it's on camera, I imagine you're going to see the differences from the initial fire to the tanker burning, if that's how it played out. I don't know if the tanker is rolled over, hit the wall, and then burst or not. I don't know. But they're not going to break it. These people can't tell gas from diesel, so they're not going to break down the different things that burn, whether the truck's fuel tanks caught first and then that set the tanker off, or did the tanker burst and then that got set off initially. But again, if that was diesel, it'd just be one hell of a mess, but not a big fire. If you didn't have these DPF systems on these damn trucks. No one wants to talk about the driver safety. And I'll bring up that too. The whole UPS thing with the Teamsters. I like what they're saying. They're telling UPS, no, you're not putting these driver-facing cameras in the truck. So you're not doing all this technology nonsense. You're going to have to clear it out with us first. I like that idea. I wish that they would get these DPF systems out of the truck just for the driver safety aspect. Because if you get in a bad crash, there's no guarantee that you're not hurt in the crash, but you would be okay. But now your truck's burning, and now you're going to burn a lot. In other words, go back. Look at the famous one, Paul Walker. Remember how he died in that Porsche Carrera? When that car wrecked, he would have survived the crash.
Mm-hmm.
But he burned to death in a fire because he was too injured to get out of the wrecked car. But had the car not caught fire, he'd be alive. So if you get in a bad truck wreck and you're hurt, and if you can get out of that truck or get taken out of that truck, you survive. It'd be a bitch if your exhaust system set your fuel load on fire and you burn to death when you ordinarily would have survived that crash. Who's representing us in these things? Nobody. So yeah, I wish there was more of an approach for a driver safety advocate to get these damn death systems out of these trucks. Mm-hmm. Too many drivers have burned to death in truck crashes that should not have happened because the fire should have never happened. Not so much the crash, but the fire. No one wants to talk about it, and I'm the only one bringing it up. And these investigators aren't smart enough to figure it out. So I guess we're on our own. That's all I got.
All right. Well, I guess you're going to be checking in. You're going to be checking in tomorrow night. Is that the plan?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I got something going on that even if you don't follow my channel, you're gonna. How do I word this? I'll give it away yet. I'll give you a little hint, right? So what I'm getting ready to do tomorrow, anybody that's been in the trucking industry any length of time will know what I'm doing or what I'm acquiring.
Okay.
They will know it.
Okay.
Whether you follow my channel or not, you'll know what I'm acquiring. So stay tuned. I'll be talking about it tomorrow.
We'll be waiting for the rest of the story. Okay. Yeah, he gave me a little teaser via email, but not ready to officially discuss yet. All right, see, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Okay, we gave you the UPS update. How about a Yellow Corporation update? LTL carrier Yellow saw tonnage plummet again during the first 2 months of the second quarter. In a news released after the market closed Friday, they provided the Dower update. Yellow's tonnage declined 16% year over year in both April and May. Compared to 2 years ago, tonnage was off 33% in both months. Now, assuming the current year-over-year growth rates hold through the second quarter, Yellow's tonnage would be flat with the first quarter, the seasonally weakest period of the year. Yellow normally sees a 6% sequential increase in tonnage from the first to the second quarter each year. Now, updates from other carriers imply sequential growth in the second quarter. If current trends hold at each carrier, ArcBest would see a 7% increase. Saia, a 9% jump. XPO, a 3% step up. Yellow's declines have been largely tied to the volatility around this restructuring. You have One Yellow consolidating all the LTL brands, closing their duplicate terminals. The latest phase of operational changes, though, being rejected by the union workforce. Now, they've agreed to negotiate all matters simultaneously, including their collective bargaining agreement that doesn't expire till March of next year. But Yellow's recent demands have both groups mired in a heated back and forth with no resolution in sight. So much so that it appears the carrier's share loss is not just tied to the overhaul, but more likely now includes some customers walking away to avoid hiccups that might arise if a labor action were to come to fruition. So, losing some customers, those customers do not like uncertainty. So there you go. It's 844-844-3388. Scarecrow up next as we roll into a Tuesday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hi, good to have you hanging out with us as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. See what's happening with Scarecrow. How's your week starting out there, Scarecrow?
Steve, I'm going to play off a cue ball there a little bit. Yeah, he's really right as far as identifying what's rolling up and down the road. To the average Joe on the road, the average citizen watching and listening to the reports on the news, the media that's presenting, any particular situation or such. Everybody looks at that as a gas tanker, a load of gas. That, there's no idea, no differentiating between, gas or diesel fuel, fuel oil, kerosene, a loaded milk transport. Or somebody hauling vegetable oil they've cleaned out from a holding tank at a restaurant or such. That's all a gas tanker. So yeah, there's more to be heard from that crash for as details and whatnot. But myself too, last night I was wondering, well, how did this tanker get there to begin with? I remember your report. There were no casualties, no fatalities.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did has some foreign entity? Have they have another big plan for destruction in this country? Was it a suicidal run? Was it a remote bomb? But yeah, there's certainly more details that come out of here. Steve, this program for me has become nothing but flashbacks. Time and time again, got to thank Horse Feathers on this one now. When he mentions the painful thing, years back, I had a lot of sciatica and lower back problems. Kind of the general truck driving issue. If you haven't had lower back problems, you haven't been driving truck long enough. Trust me on that one. But yeah, I don't know, coming up from Illinois, Indiana, or whatever. And I'd spent most of my time literally leaning on my forearms, supporting myself by the steering wheel to keep my butt out of the seat and avoiding all the bucking and whatnot. But, your body can become semi-comfortable in a seating position, but it's when you go to straighten it out again. Now, there becomes a real act of courage. I found a little truck stop somewhere, gravel parking lot. I'm looking across this lot. Oh, Christ, that's a long ways. So, yeah, I got out and did the Tim Conway shuffle across this gravel parking lot just to make a phone call to my home office just to find out what they had in store for me the next day or such. But, yeah, I guess this is one area where technology has come to the rescue. I can't imagine life without a cell phone anymore. The whole heart attack thing there too, flashback. I totally forgot about the cardiac therapy and whatnot that I went through. I know there was lots of time on a treadmill, and I can't even remember what the other, maybe a bicycle or something like that. But yeah, but Steve, I think I probably fell through the cracks on that whole issue now. I had the attack on April 13th. Now, I did go back to work, I believe it was June 6th. So that was, you might as well call it 8 weeks. But I never had my CDL, or maybe it was chauffeur yet at that time. I never had that license pulled. I never had my health card pulled. I never had a thorough physical, signing off on my going back to work. But something must have worked proper because that was back in '06. So here I am still hanging on their steering wheel. But so anyway, I see old Reverend Al, and I'm tempted to say Al Bundy, but Reverend Al, he's found another camera to poke his face up in front of.
Yes, he did.
That goes pretty much without saying. It wasn't. Well, it was probably a month back. There was some other public gathering, which he stood there on stage, and whoever the speaker was, it doesn't matter, but he looked like a bobblehead standing there. That head was just bobbing up and down and back and forth. Yeah. Oh, the Reverend Al. Let's see. And then flashing back just to last night there, you touched on that rocker that did some tried out truck driving for a year or whatever. And the name did ring a bell, and you mentioned he was front man for Motley Crue, and who the hell is that? It was Vince.
Right.
I'd forgot.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but then I forgot. Wait a minute. Either Vince left or he got kicked out for a period of time, and but I really wasn't knee deep in rock and roll through the '80s and '90s and whatnot. I'd kind of grown out of it a little bit, but when I guess that whoever brought up the rock and roll thing again, and you too mentioned that that same guy had went to with Rat, and I'm thinking, well, Round and Round is the only tune that I can identify with Rat that I would know who did it, and you coincidentally said that same thing, that Round and Round. Whether they had any other hits or whatnot.
Yeah, they did. You're in Love. I remember that one.
Oh, I guess I'm gonna have.
You'd have to hear it, right? I ain't gonna sing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, save it for the cruise, huh? Oh, let's see. I was going to throw some other gibberish in there, but homing in on this crash out there now with that bridge, collapse and whatnot. This is exact example, which I brought up some time back. The Midwest here, we are Chicagoland, and up towards Milwaukee and such. I've mentioned before, should an ICBM, come over our shores, Chicagoland is a prime target, given all the bridges, the infrastructure, that we have going, right around the south end of the lakes and whatnot right there. To interrupt the transportation of goods throughout the country, that would be a primary, one of the major issues they would like to put a halt to and whatnot. Look at just how this one bridge, so to speak, one incident, how much that's going to change, lifestyles and whatnot for many, interrupt, transportation and such. Now you take out 100 different structures and whatnot over, a few different interstates, 90, 94, 80, and 70 down through their way. Yeah, we're, I guess, to say no place is safe would be one way to put that there. That's all I really had for you at the moment.
Thank you very much, Scarecrow. Safe travels, and shall we meet again? All right, what are we looking at here? News break about a minute away. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Internal Revenue Service says more than 1 million American taxpayers may miss out on about $1.5 billion in unclaimed refunds. Those refunds, the IRS said in a notice, are for the tax year 2019. If one did not file taxes in 2020, or experienced other issues during that filing season, those refunds are up for grabs. Yeah, time is running out, they say, to get those refunds for 2019. Many people may have overlooked filing a 2019 tax return due to the pandemic, recall? Yeah, we don't want people to miss their window to receive their refund. Now, taxpayers have 3 years to file your taxes to claim a refund. However, if you miss that deadline, those refunds become property of the U.S. Treasury Department. Now, before the 2019 returns, taxpayers have more time than usual. I'll give you more on that, though, coming up. First, a news break as we roll on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Miami is ready for President Trump's arraignment at the federal courthouse tomorrow. Mayor Suarez assures that the city can handle large crowds with sufficient law enforcement and fire rescue personnel. The police chief has confirmed that no credible threats exist at the present time. The Biden administration initially denied news reports about a secret Chinese spy operation in Cuba, but now defends their decision, citing sensitivity of the information. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby stated limitations on disclosure of the operation and U.S. counterintelligence operations.
The sensitive nature of this information is such that we just simply couldn't go into more detail.
White House officials have now confirmed China's long-standing intelligence collection facility in Cuba, which was upgraded in 2019. Federal student loan payments, which were paused during the pandemic, will resume in October, according to the Department of Education. That pause began in March 2020, and the Biden administration had previously stated it would end either 60 days after June 30th or 60 days after the Supreme Court's ruling on the student loan forgiveness program. The department clarified that student loan interest will resume on September 1st, and payments will be due starting in October. Today, the White House is remembering the 7th anniversary of the deadly Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida.
49 people, predominantly Latino members of the LGBTQI+ community, lost their lives in a senseless act of gun violence.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre reiterated President Biden's dedication to combating the U.S. gun violence epidemic and urged Congress to take action on gun reforms. There is growing optimism among Americans that inflation is decreasing. According to the most recent survey of consumer expectations by the New York Federal Reserve, the outlook for inflation reached a 2-year low in May. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Artificial intelligence researchers are experiencing mental and emotional health risks, according to the American Psychological Association. Working with AI leads to social disconnection and increased likelihood of insomnia and alcoholism. Researchers emphasize the need for managers to address employee loneliness and exercise caution regarding excessive AI integration into the workplace. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is pushing for the U.S. to increase the number of firefighters fighting wildfires in Canada. Currently, there are 300 U.S. firefighters engaged in combating the intense blazes in Quebec. Senator Schumer emphasizes that the situation has been so severe that New Yorkers have experienced an overwhelming sense of being surrounded by smoke. George Soros is handing over his empire to his second youngest son.
George Soros is one of the largest donors to Democrat and progressive candidates and causes. At 92 years old, he's turned his $25 billion fortune over to his son, Alex. The 37-year-old telling the Wall Street Journal he is more political than his dad, but that the two think alike. Alex Soros telling the newspaper he plans on using the money to continue backing left-leaning U.S. politicians. I'm Laura Winters.
California has concluded its driest 3-year period on record, marking a historic drought that impacted the state. In July 2021, Governor Newsom urged Californians to voluntarily decrease water usage by 15%. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Top of the morning, Santa Claus checking in. 72 degrees tonight in Wolf Creek, Oregon. We're in the RV park, about a mile from I-5. Yeah, we can hear the occasional big truck with loud jake brakes dropping off the 6% grade. Anyway, heading up to Portland to see the grandkids and Seattle. Also, thinking about leaving our rig setup. Yeah, the Japper Crapper Tundra and Camper in Port Angeles, Washington, and maybe take the ferry across to Victoria, British Columbia. All right, Santa Claus out there on his RV road trip now, and right on the heels of the great American tour they just finished up here a couple of weeks ago. Hello to Norman checking in from north central Kansas. A cool 57 this morning. Could get a bit of rain later today. Everybody have a good morning. All right, thank you for checking in there. Who else on board? Okay, we said hi to Santa Claus there in the RV. Rubber Duck checking in. Home tonight, can't sleep. You mentioned taxes. Yeah, we did. Let me finish up with that, by the way, here. And again, clear lines at 844-844-3388. For the 2019 returns we were talking about, yeah, a lot of people, this is going back when all the quarantine stuff was getting underway, the work from home, the kids home, and all that. And a lot of people may have just foregone filing their taxes that year. If you're looking for a 2019 tax refund, your checks may be held if you haven't filed tax returns for 2020 or 2021. Now, in addition, the refund will be applied to any amounts potentially still owed to the IRS or a state tax agency, and may be used to offset unpaid child support or past due federal debts like student loans. Of course, the pause on the student loan thing is still in place, I believe, till October. IRS said the average median refund for tax returns in 2019 was $893. Now, some could get more, namely those who qualified for the Earned Income Tax Credit. That credit was worth as much as $6,557 in 2019. Wow. The standard tax deduction in 2019 was $12,000 for individuals, $18,350 for head of household, $24,400 for married couples filing jointly. In all, right now, nearly 1.5 million Americans are due an unclaimed refund for their tax year 2019. They listed the estimated number of individuals who may get a 2019 income tax refund by state. California, Texas, Florida, New York, Illinois, the largest number of taxpayers, respectively. Now, the recommendation, people start filing as soon as possible to get the necessary documents. They also encouraged to communicate with your employer, your bank, or others for any possible missing documents, like your W-2s, your 1099s, or 1098 forms. Should you have difficulty in obtaining documents from a payer, you can actually order a wage and income transcript via the IRS.gov website, which all that stuff was also shut down through much of 2020. Of course, our friend Dean Michael, the tax doctor, who works with people who haven't filed their taxes for numerous years in many cases, that was the process he would go through. Would get all your tax documents from the IRS, and when they were shut down, nearly put his business under because couldn't get any information from the IRS for over a year. But that's all back up and running now. And speaking of which, again, if you maybe are one of those who missed, you didn't file in 2019, and then maybe just once you don't file, people say, well, if I file this year, they're going to go back, and all of a sudden 2-3 years have passed, and at some point in time, you're going to get that dreaded letter from the IRS. Dean Michael, taxhelpmd.com. He can help you out. All right, 11 past the hour. Let's get to they're calling it the smoking gun. As I mentioned earlier, all the media focus is going to be Donald Trump, the arraignment today. Chuck Grassley announcing this past day The Burisma executive who allegedly paid Joe Biden and Hunter Biden kept audio recordings of his conversations with them as a, quote, insurance policy. 17 audio recordings, citing the FBI's FD 1023 form that they briefed congressional lawmakers on last week. Grassley revealed from the Senate floor yesterday what was said to be a redacted reference to the FBI-generated FD 1023 form, alleging a criminal bribery scheme between then Vice President Biden and the foreign national involved influence over U.S. policy decisions. Now, Fox News Digital exclusively reported on the contents of that form last week. That form dated June 30th, 2020. Again, the FBI is in a highly credible, confidential source that detailed multiple meetings and conversations that he or she had with a top Burisma executive over the course of several years, starting in 2015. Now, Fox News Digital has not seen the actual form, but was described by several sources who are aware of the contents. Grassley said the form had a redacted reference to the Burisma executive possesses 15 audio recordings of phone calls between himself and Hunter Biden. According to Grassley, the form also states the executive possesses 2 audio recordings of phone calls between himself and then Vice President Joe Biden. I said from the Senate floor, slamming the FBI for not complying with the Oversight Committee's subpoena, first of all, saying that Congress still lacks a full, complete picture with respect to what that document really says. That's why it's important this document be made public without unnecessary redactions for the American people to see. Let me assist for purposes of transparency. All right, they go on, according to the 1023, the 15 audio recordings, phone calls with Hunter, the 2 with Biden, allegedly kept as sort of an insurance policy for the foreign national in the event that he were to get in a tight spot. The 1023 also indicates that then Vice President Joe Biden may have been involved in Burisma employing Hunter Biden. Grassley demanding answers on what, if anything, the Justice Department and the FBI have done to investigate this. We want to see your work. You no longer deserve the benefit of the doubt, he says. Now, again, of course, they did bring the document to Capitol Hill last week after the Oversight Committee subpoenaed it. FBI briefed Comer and the committee ranking member, Jamie Raskin, on the form in a skiff there on Capitol Hill. But they did not turn over the document. I guess still haven't actually turned over the document. I think the rest of the committee has now been allowed to see the document, but one member of the Oversight Committee is Representative Langworthy of New York. He, this past day, said this FD 1023 is a proverbial smoking gun that Joe Biden was selling his influence to a Ukrainian oligarch. Now, he goes on to say everything has to be on the table here, including impeachment. All right, Langworthy notes, in light of more FD 1023 forms discovered regarding the president's involvement with the Burisma executive, that, the big guy, that language that was used, we have what is the closest thing I've seen to the smoking gun on what goes all the way up to Joe Biden himself. I mean, if they were selling actual government decisions by the U.S., that's a high crime and misdemeanor by my understanding. The congressman goes on to say that he's going to meet with the Oversight Committee today, Tuesday, to discuss other FD 1023 forms, and that the prosecution of Donald Trump is a clear sign of political interference by the Justice Department and many others. All right, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Robert Duck chimed in last week kind of alluding to maybe making a change, a job change. Just moving the cars. Work has been so slow as of late. So when's the last time anyone actually has done a sit-down job interview for a CDL job? And not with one person. There's going to be three in the interview, and me. Sitting down with three. I don't know. 5-7 said, hey, I've been trucking with this logging company 20 years here in South Carolina. I mean, I called about a job from West Virginia. I was told they'll have a truck ready. I literally just did a drug test, and 3 days later they handed me the keys. It's pretty darn simple. So I don't know, sitting down with three individuals for a job interview. What's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Man, I was trying to find this lady's name. I think she's a congresswoman. After she came out of that skiff, she gave a press conference. And did you know what I'm talking about? Did you see it?
I did not, no.
Well, she gave a press conference, and not only that, Dan Bond Jr. had her on his radio show.
Yeah.
Heard some of that. Steve, listen, man. They got evidence, right?
Yeah.
Where you got the Brisma CEO flat out telling the informant that they intentionally hired Hunter Biden to get influence out of the White House. That it's on paper, that's the whole reason they hired him. I mean, we all know it. It's plain and simple.
Right. But the FBI's had this 1023 for nearly 3 years now. It's June of 2020. It's dated.
She said that they flat out kept records. Over in Ukraine and Russia, they do these deals all the time. That's how corrupt they are, right? So they kept records, right? They make these payments just in case the big guy don't, come through. They got records of all this. Steve, could you imagine? Let's flip this little video around when we got the big guy standing there bragging about getting the prosecutor fired. I mean, here's exactly what happened. What if he would have came out and said, hey, listen, I got my boy a job with this gas company, Burisma, right? And getting paid a lot of money, like $50,000 a month. Got him hooked him up with a good job there. Well, the CEO, the big guy at Burisma, is getting investigated for some corruptions. So they paid me $5,000 to get, or $5 million to get the prosecutor fired to investigate. What if he would have kept fired? That's exactly what happened. He paid me and he paid Hunter $5 million each to get that prosecutor fired. And son of a bitch, we got him fired.
Yep, that was the quote. That is the quote.
Yeah, man, if you get a chance, pull up that press conference, some of the stuff. She came out right after that skiff, so it was fresh in her mind. Right? Several payments, not just from Ukraine, too.
And who was it? Was it Marjorie Taylor Greene or who?
No, I think it was, daggone it, man. I was trying to find her name. I don't think it was Green. Who's another lady over there in the House? Or got to be in the House or on the committee. She's on the committee.
Was it Luna out of Florida?
Yeah. What's her last name?
Luna.
What's her first name?
I can't remember. Pauline.
Hang on, I'll find it.
I think it's Pauline something Luna. Maybe.
I'll find it. She was on Dan Bongino does he plays these on Sundays when he doesn't do a podcast. He plays clips of his radio show, right? And he put it on his podcast show. He replayed it on Sunday. And when you go to Rumble, you bring up that day's show. There's a headline. He interviews her and two other people. And her name's right on there. So that's what I was trying to find. When you buzzed me in, I had to hit the accept thing there to get you on here, get me on the air. But I'll find it. It won't take too long, and I'll send you her name. But it's got to be, you got to be able to pull it up. You know, she gave a press conference. It can't be hard. You just,
Yeah, I just got an email from Scooter. Scooter says it was Representative Luna, so that's the one.
Was it? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, give that a gander. Man, it seems to me I heard something else in the news today. Spaced it out though. That's what happens. I guess that's it, man. I just thought, man, when we all seen that video, though, picture that when that first came out, right?
Yeah.
We all know it was a quid pro quo, but to find out that the man gets $5 million too on top of it, and his son another $5 million, unbelievable. That's why this is all going down. Is Trump supposed to get a rain tomorrow or something?
3:00 tomorrow afternoon in Miami. That is correct. And then he's supposed to hold some sort of, he's going to have something to say to address the people. I think it was 7 or 8:30 something tomorrow evening, or this evening, Tuesday evening.
I think Eagle touched on this. You know, like I said, we can't pay attention to these media people, but there was some rumors going around that, hey, man, drop out of the race. We'll drop all these charges. Right?
Right. Yep.
I agree with Eagle. That's not going to happen. Even if that was a thought, you know, if his attorneys were maybe trying to say, hey, maybe we make a plea deal with him. Who knows? But I did hear this, that they were talking about that the security measures were not going to be as strict as like they were up in New York when he got arraigned. Bongino was talking about it, being ex-Secret Service.
Yeah.
He was like, what the hell are they doing down there? What are you talking about? They're not going to provide any extra security. I don't know. See if you can find an article on that or something. So, you know, man, he was like, I sure hate to see something happen.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's like number one, probably got a big target on his back right now. God forbid anybody. I mean, Steve, we don't need nobody getting assassinated. And that's including the President of the United States, man. Are you kidding me? We don't need nothing crazy like this happening. Man, you go back in the 60s, though, man. Look, I mean, JFK, RFK, Martin Luther King.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy times back then, man. Crazy times. So let's just pray nothing like this happens. All right, brother. Talk long enough. You're the bottom of the hour anyway. Everybody be safe.
There you go. Thank you much.
USA News Update. Miami is ready for President Trump's arraignment at the federal courthouse tomorrow. Mayor Suarez assures that the city can handle large crowds with sufficient law enforcement and fire rescue personnel. The police chief has confirmed no credible threats exist at the present time. President Biden postponed a meeting with the head of NATO today due to a root canal procedure. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president is doing just fine after his root canal.
The procedure has been successfully completed, and he'll be certainly working in the residence this afternoon.
The meeting with the NATO Secretary General was rescheduled for tomorrow. American sentiment towards inflation is becoming increasingly positive as people believe it's on a downward trajectory. The latest survey of consumer expectations conducted by the New York Federal Reserve reveals that the inflation outlook reached its lowest point in 2 years in May. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here's what I was able to find as we're hearing in the news breaks there. That it sounds like they're definitely planning to have some additional security there in Miami today. Mayor said on Monday the city could see some disruption to traffic patterns with the arraignment. We hope the day will be peaceful. We encourage people to be peaceful in demonstrating how they feel. We're going to have the adequate forces necessary to ensure that. Now, there may be, depending on the crowd size, some road closures, so people who live in the downtown area should expect additional traffic. Nonetheless, Trump is now in Florida, where later today, arraignment for, 37 indictments. Now, the Miami police chief added during the press conference, the city is prepared for, it may be anywhere from 5,000 people, it could be 50,000 people in a crowd, as well as a designated area for protesting. Make no doubt about it. Now, we're taking this event extremely serious, he said. We know that there is a potential of things taking a turn for the worst. That's not the Miami way. All right. Then, I guess as soon as the arraignment's over, Trump heads to New Jersey for the first fundraiser for his 2024 campaign there in New Jersey, and that's where he's going to speak to the people. I'll assume it's going to be the likes of Newsmax and maybe, One American News. Most of the mainstream probably will not cover what Trump has to say later in the evening. Now, what I found rather interesting here, Matt Whitaker is a former acting attorney general during the Trump administration. He said yesterday that it's going to take some time before the Department of Justice case against Trump is definitively resolved. He said he believes, believe it or not, the trial probably will not begin until after the 24 general election. Should Trump win the nomination, the government even says this is going to be a 3-week trial. That's a long trial that takes a lot of preparation from both the lawyers and the client. There's no way that Donald Trump, while he runs for president, is going to be able to prepare for this trial in a meaningful way. I'm sure the judge is going to be very sympathetic to his request to extend it beyond the political campaign that he right now finds himself in. The judge assigned in this case, Eileen Cannon, was actually appointed to the bench by Trump in 2020. She was randomly picked to oversee the case. Many on the left say she must recuse herself from this case. Now, she had previously ruled back in September that a special master be appointed to the case to review the classified documents seized by the DOJ at Trump's estate there in Florida, and that the Department of Justice cease its investigation until the special master completed the review of that material. You'll recall all that going on. Contrary to what the left wants you to believe, Judge Cannon is a very capable judge, says Whitaker. She did appoint a special master, as you remember, that was overturned by the 11th Circuit, and the Supreme Court didn't touch it. Same time, she's going to make a lot of rulings in this case. Both what is admissible into the court during the trial, but also what can be heard by the jury even before it goes to trial. She's going to have a lot of influence. These trial court judges often do, as to what the case is and what the case isn't, but she's going to have some motions on the front end, which would include this presidential records issue. Who was it? Buckeye Boy was saying, I mean, she could, actually she'd have the authority to just dismiss the charges, throw out the case. Could prove very interesting. Well, Knucklebuster, what's happening?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm just sitting up here riding around looking out this windshield here. I sent you a story about a bear that comes swimming out of the Gulf Coast down there.
I saw that.
Either
swimming with all the people on the beach and out there swimming with the people.
Oh, yeah, man. I have this on good authority that was a Cuban bear that swam onto the beach down there, and Stupus Magoo is thinking about deporting him there. So that'd probably be about right, wouldn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, I read a story about it's either Walking Dead or Get Me the Hell Out of This Casket there. She died. They pronounced her dead. The doctors did. That proves you can't trust them damn doctors. And then she started beating on the side of the casket. Yep. Get me out of here. Get me out of here.
Can you imagine that?
Oh, man, that'd be my worst nightmare there. You know what I mean? Well, I guess old Biden put that gay boy, gay girl flag up there on the White House there. That ticked a bunch of people off there. And that Babylon Bee, they claimed that the official state religion of the United States entered the high holy days today with worshipers around the nation being called to rededicate themselves to that rainbow flag. See? So, I've always said I was a lesbian there, but I'm just kidding around. I mean, I don't know. It's getting crazy. But the Bible says, as in the days of Noah, I don't know what it was like back in the days of Noah, but if it's like it is now, it ain't too good there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, they had a British man. He was detained after climbing more than halfway up the world's fifth, well, one of the tallest buildings in the world, the fifth one, I think. He got up to the 72nd floor, and they pulled him back. I mean, he was up there climbing up there with no rope or anything like that, nothing to hold on to but his hands and his feet. And but he was gonna do some of that sky jumping off the top of it there. So I think they should have just let him alone there, you know. And then I read that GM and Ford are going to switch to the Tesla plugs as a bet against faster EV charging. So, you know, somebody's going to keep messing around with them electric cars, and they're going to figure out how to charge that thing going down the road, and we won't need no plug in there, right? I've already got a stick of firewood and an extension cord, and I got it plugged into my inverter back there. That's my electronic logs anyway. All right, and here's an extra read all about it. After more than 4 decades, Pat Sajak will not be hosting the Wheel of Fortune after 2024. Yep. I still say he needs to go ahead and let his daughter do it, because that's a fine-looking girl there, buddy. And I'd go back to watching that Wheel of Fortune with her there, right? Well, that's all my bull on it for this go-around there. Just keep listening in. I went down to the Alamo yesterday morning, and I'm almost back up here to Smoke City, Alabama. They're really putting me to work after being off for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I hear you. Make up.
Well, have yourself a great morning.
Thanks for checking in there, Knuckle Buster. Hey, we've got Shorty checking in this morning, throwing me some of the this day in history, a little tidbits, a lot of stuff on this day in history. One of which, in a 5-4 majority, the court held that both inculpatory and exculpatory statements made in response to interrogation by a defendant in police custody will be admissible at trial only if the prosecution can show that the defendant was informed of the right to consult with an attorney before and during questioning, and the right against self-incrimination before police questioning, and that the defendant not only understood those rights, but voluntarily waived those rights. The Miranda warning. This had a big impact on law enforcement in the United States by making what has become known as the Miranda rights part of routine police procedure to ensure that suspects were informed of their rights. The Supreme Court decided Miranda with 3 other consolidated cases, Westover versus United States, Vignera versus New York, and California versus Stewart. The Miranda warning, often abbreviated as Miranda or Mirandizing a suspect, the name of the formal warning. Its purpose is to ensure the accused is aware of and reminded of these rights under the Constitution, and that they know they can invoke them anytime during an interview. The circumstances triggering the Miranda safeguards, i.e. Miranda rights, are custody and interrogation. Custody means formal arrest or the deprivation of freedom to an extent associated with formal arrest. Interrogation means explicit questioning or actions that are reasonably likely to elicit an incriminating response. Knock on wood. I've never been Mirandized. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. Do you understand these rights as they've been read to you? This day in history, things changed. And back to the calls into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, not a big fan of Taylor Swift, but yeah, she's touring the country. Yeah, big time tour. I mean, massive venues, baseball stadiums, football stadiums, those sort of things. It takes a lot of trucks to move all that equipment from one venue to the next. Just how many trucks does it take? That was the CDL life story this past day. Taylor Swift's most recent tour has an enormous convoy of semi-trucks. Yeah, to thank for its execution. The Eras Tour traveling across the country thanks to a fleet of 50 to 90 tractor trailers, hauling a collection of LED screens, catwalks, special stages, costumes, sound equipment, lights, even multiple snakes. To make this massive show happen, a team begins pre-prepping the venue ahead of time, of course, and the semi-trucks themselves show up days before the event. The whole setup, the show, the teardown, takes about 2 to 3 weeks to complete. Well, the 90 trucks that haul the show are only about 10 more than the pop star required for her last tour back in 2018. 90 trucks. That's an expensive venture, huh? So thanks to all the truck drivers out there, right? Say the Taylor Swift fans. Hey, what's another day without some road rage out there? Truck driver arrested over the weekend following an alleged road raid incident that left another truck driver injured. Saturday evening, I-75 near the Georgia-Tennessee state line, According to the Gordon County Sheriff's Office, police say the incident began as two trucks entered Georgia traveling south on I-75. The road rage was started when one of the truck drivers attempted to change lanes. One of the truck drivers attempted to force the other off the road, according to witnesses, as those two trucks continued south. From Whitfield County into Gordon County, one of the drivers fired a shot from a handgun into the driver's compartment of the other truck, for crying out loud. A victim was not hit by the bullet, but was injured by flying shards of glass. That truck driver was able to call 911 and continue following the other truck into Bartow County. Once in Bartow, the alleged shooter was apprehended by state police on southbound 75. A victim pulled off at a truck stop near the Cass White exit. They executed a search warrant of the offender's truck and indeed discovered a handgun believed to have been the one used in the road rage incident, as well as additional physical evidence. 25-year-old Florida-based trucker Nasha Jewel Johnson arrested and charged with aggravated assault, aggressive driving, and pointing a pistol at another. A shooting victim was treated for his injuries and released. Road rage. Just crazy people out there on the roads these days, huh? Sundance Kid, what's happening?
Hey, not much, Mr. Summers. How you doing?
Doing well.
Good, good. I've been on hold for 3 hours now. So I'd like to say, 2.5 last night on a Monday of all days to be on hold. But anyway, have you read the indictment against Trump?
I have not.
Okay. Me being ex-military, he did some things to our military that no man should ever be allowed to do. And I'm going to tell you, y'all talk about Biden and Hunter getting $5 million apiece. It takes 1,000 million to equal $1 billion. And the Saudis gave Donald Trump and Jared Kushner $2 billion. Now, what do you think they would have for influence? What do they have to offer the Saudi government for $2 billion?
So where
would it be? The plans on how we were going to attack Iran, and the Saudi would get that, and then they could sell that to Iran, and they could work together with Iran, and the nuclear and our nuclear, how we make nuclear weapons. These are the things that Trump had in his unclassified papers down there at Mar-a-Lago.
Well, where does the thing about $1 billion come from? Where was that? What's?
Oh, $2 billion. The Saudi government, or the Saudi prince, gave Trump. Okay, well, it's a money laundering scheme. So what they did was the Saudis, to hide the transaction. Remember Live Golf?
Yeah, the one, the whole the merger thing that just took place, right?
Well, okay. Well, what happened was back about 6-8 months ago when they split, maybe a year ago, the Saudi prince gave Trump $2 billion, him and his son-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
But that was just to hide the fact. And what it was supposed to do, see, Trump was involved with Live Golf, and so he was supposed to get that money so that the Saudis would go around and play at his resorts around the world, Singapore, Scotland. But that's not worth $2 billion. That's just a cover front for what they was really buying, which was the information that Donald Trump, the secrets, our military secrets on how we would attack a country, on how we would defend against an attack. Now, and I'm okay, and if we unclassified that, well, why don't we just put that in the newspaper so we can all see what the unclassified material was? Because that's some pretty damning stuff. I mean, you're putting our military in jeopardy by selling these secrets to the Saudis. I forgot, 9/11. They had something to do with that. Yeah, that's not what we do. But yeah, $2 billion. You can look it up. But that Live Golf was just a front for what they were actually doing. But $5 million for Hunter and President Trump was president while all this was going on with Hunter's laptop. He had it for a year. I mean, how come the Republicans cannot seem to get Hillary locked up, can't get nobody locked up, but yet they stay in trouble and they get, indicted?
Now, when you say they had Hunter's, I mean, yeah, the FBI had Hunter's laptop, but they kept
Giuliani had it for a year.
And the FBI had it for
Giuliani had it.
The FBI had it for a year or two before Giuliani got it.
Right. Okay. So if you're the president and you're in charge of the FBI, DOJ, and all that stuff, how come you can't push that forward to get it done so that you can win the election?
Well, when the FBI covers something, I mean, you realize the FBI didn't release anything about it. They kept it under wraps. And when it did come out just before the election, when that information came out, Bill Barr at the time refused to move on it. He was the attorney general at the time. He refused to take any action.
That Donald Trump put in, that hired Donald Trump.
That's right. Donald Trump hired Bill Barr, and Bill Barr is a turncoat who turned on Donald Trump and refused to do his due diligence and pursue the Hunter Biden laptop. I mean, those are the facts. All right, we got to get a news break. A little behind the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Miami is ready for President Trump's arraignment at the federal courthouse tomorrow. Mayor Suarez assures that the city can handle large crowds with sufficient law enforcement and fire rescue personnel. The police chief has confirmed that no credible threats exist at the present time. The Biden administration initially denied news reports about a secret Chinese spy operation in Cuba, but now defends their decision, citing sensitivity of the information. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby stated limitations on disclosure of the operation and U.S. counterintelligence operations.
The sensitive nature of this information is such that we just simply couldn't go into more detail.
White House officials have now confirmed China's long-standing intelligence collection facility in Cuba, which was upgraded in 2019. Federal student loan payments, which were paused during the pandemic, will resume in October, according to the Department of Education. That pause began in March 2020, and the Biden administration had previously stated it would end either 60 days after June 30th or 60 days after the Supreme Court's ruling on the student loan forgiveness program. The department clarified that student loan interest will resume on September 1st, and payments will be due starting in October. Today, the White House is remembering the 7th anniversary of the deadly Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida.
49 people, predominantly Latino members of the LGBTQI+ community, lost their lives in a senseless act of gun violence.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre reiterated President Biden's dedication to combating the U.S. gun violence epidemic and urged Congress to take action on gun reforms. There is growing optimism among Americans that inflation is decreasing. According to the most recent survey of consumer expectations by the New York Federal Reserve, the outlook for inflation reached a 2-year low in May. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Artificial intelligence researchers are experiencing mental and emotional health risks, according to the American Psychological Association. Working with AI leads to social disconnection and increased likelihood of insomnia and alcoholism. Researchers emphasize the need for managers to address employee loneliness and exercise caution regarding excessive AI integration into the workplace. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is pushing for the U.S. to increase the number of firefighters fighting wildfires in Canada. Currently, there are 300 U.S. firefighters engaged in combating the intense blazes in Quebec. Senator Schumer emphasizes that the situation has been so severe that New Yorkers have experienced an overwhelming sense of being surrounded by smoke. George Soros is handing over his empire to his second youngest son.
George Soros is one of the largest donors to Democrat and progressive candidates and causes. At 92 years old, he's turned his $25 billion fortune over to his son, Alex. The 37-year-old telling the Wall Street Journal he is more political than his dad, but that the two think alike. Alex Soros telling the newspaper he plans on using the money to continue backing left-leaning U.S. politicians. I'm Laura Winters.
California has concluded its driest 3-year period on record, marking a historic drought that impacted the state. In July 2021, Governor Newsom urged Californians to voluntarily decrease water usage by 15%. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the Diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go, cross off at the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday, 13th day of June coming on here. Hey, someone asked any additional info, any new info, the Houston Truck Show. They asked a few nights ago, and I hadn't seen anything new. Hey, how about an update? Members of the trucking community invited to one of the year's most exciting trucking events happening in Houston, Texas here in a couple weeks. All right, the Texas Trucking Show, as it's being called, taking place at the NRG Center in Houston. 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., June the 24th and 25th. Now, it will not be the likes of a Mid-America Truck Show. I think they had more than 900 vendors. It will be more than 300 vendors on hand at the heavy-duty aftermarket trade show to display their trucks and trailer parts, tires, accessories, services, all in a single venue. Vendors will be offering everything from commercial vehicle insurance, paint and graphics, brake parts, seats, APUs, ELDs, GPS devices, sleepers, lighting products, chrome, of course. What else we got? Visitors can also take in fun and informative events, including an antique and custom truck exhibition, games, raffles, giveaways for truckers. Not only a great opportunity to get the parts you need to upgrade your truck, but you can also network and enjoy the community of other members of the trucking industry over that weekend. So friends, co-workers, family members, all welcome to come along and enjoy the trucking fun. So there it is, coming up June 24th, 25th, the Energy Center there in Houston, Texas. All right, if you're going to be in the vicinity, maybe stop on by. Let's see here. Eagle checking in. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see you. I see you cut off that loser Sundance Kid. I thought you were gonna bring him back after the break. I'm glad you didn't. This guy here, you know, he's another guy, Steve, that listens to the show. That's obviously on the left. You know, he tells you about information about, I told you that last night about this bogus claim that he had the nerve to say that Donald Trump is selling classified information to Saudi Arabia. Is that what that loser just said?
That's pretty much what he said, yes.
Yeah, I'm glad you cut him off. He has absolutely no proof. He has absolutely no proof that Donald Trump him and Jared Kushner sold classified information. He probably heard that on CNN. He probably one of them CNN people, Steve. They tell lie day after day on CNN television. That's probably what this guy, he probably sit around watching CNN all day long and thinks he got all the answers. CNN, you can watch CNN television 24 hours, Steve, and I guarantee you, especially tomorrow, you won't hear nothing good about Donald Trump. They already got Donald, before they even have a trial, they already got him convicted, prosecuted, and placed in a jail somewhere in the state of Florida, Steve. That's how stupid these people are in CNN television. Now they got a new person on CNN, Steve, a new loser that replaced Don Lemon. And she might be dumber than Don Lemon is, if that's possible. And by the way, Steve, Don Lemon is still in the unemployment line where he belongs. No other TV network picked that loser up after he got terminated from CNN. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. So enjoy your time off, Don Lemon, you loser. You know, I'm glad he's gone, but now they replace him, Steve, with somebody dumber than him, and her name is Dana Bash. I don't know if you heard the latest interview she did on Sunday with this other guy, Republican guy that was backing Donald Trump. You know, she was basically like that woman on that CNN town hall that Donald Trump did. She had all the answers before he could even open his mouth. She already telling him that he was wrong about everything, that they got proof that Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump did that, and he can't, everything that she said, he should have right in the mouth. That's bad, Steve, when you get embarrassed on your own show, when your guest is embarrassed on your own show, like they other people at CNN. He embarrassed that woman on her own television show. And these people, if you're going to go on these shows, which to begin with, you know, if you shoot right back at these people, Steve, and embarrass them right there on their own television program. Like I said, because that's exactly what they deserve. Same thing with when it comes to Trump, Steve. If I was Donald Trump, Steve, I would no longer conduct interviews with none of them channels. The Fox Television has sold out. Once they got rid of Tucker Carlson, that was the last final deal for them. That's all over for Tucker Carlson. Was the final man at Fox TV that could make an opinion, and they shut him down and fired him. And here's the thing I don't like about the Tucker Carlson situation, Steve. These people at Fox are still trying to keep this guy quiet. They still don't want this man to tell the truth. Even on his own Twitter podcast, they trying to somehow block that and try to tell this man he can't say what he want to say. Well, he works for the richest man in the world, which is Elon Musk. Elon Musk needs to go ahead on and pay out his contract with Fox Television and then tell them to kiss his you-know-what and then go on telling the truth to the American people, because you can't let these losers try to keep you quiet. I'm just tired of these people, Steve. Now they trying to make it out now. If you listen to the latest news reports, they claim that they've been looking at the internet. There's always some unidentified source. They ain't got the guts to admit who their name is. A bunch of cowards, just like Trump said. They're trying to say that unidentified groups of people are supposed to be headed to Miami, Florida tomorrow to cause trouble. Have you heard that latest news, Steve?
I know that they're concerned that there's going to be supporters of Trump and Trump haters, and there's concerns about the clash between the two.
Yeah. But like I say, these people never announce their name. They're Donald Trump's people. If something goes down tomorrow, Steve, you could better believe it wasn't a Donald Trump supporter. They're gonna fake it, make it out to be there like it was like they did with the January 6th deal. Most Donald Trump supporters don't believe in violence, Steve. They don't do business like that. It's always the left. Those are the people that Antifa organizations, people like that. These are the troublemakers. These are the guys that call. So if anything happens tomorrow, you could better believe it won't. They'll make it out to be that it's a Donald Trump supporter, but you could better believe it'll be somebody on the left, one of these extremist individuals that support Joe Biden and his agenda. So, but like I said before, Steve, that's the reason why, like Donald Trump said, they need to have security. Donald Trump, he needs to back up tomorrow morning. He needs to back up everything and come out and tell people not to resort to violence, because that's the last thing Donald Trump needs on his resume right now is another January 6th.
Right.
Whether he doesn't need this type of. That's why I'm saying no violence is needed tomorrow in Miami, Florida, because first of all, people are not even going to be able to see Donald Trump. From what I'm understanding, they're going to take him to the courtroom underground and take him in a car, and he's going to take an elevator up to the courtroom, stand in front of the judge and plead not guilty, and then it's over just like that. And then he'll go back underground and get back in his limo and go back to the airport and then head to New Jersey to conduct an interview tomorrow night. So there's no need for violence at all, because none of those people are going to see Donald Trump to begin with. You can handle this thing peacefully. The Republicans can't get these people what they want is another January 6th, Steve. This is what these losers want from Donald Trump and his supporters. That'll be another reason for them to try to keep Trump out of the White House. So I'm begging all the Trump supporters out there, if you want to protest, but do it peacefully. You can handle this thing the right way. So Trump so you don't embarrass Donald Trump no more than he's been embarrassed by this deal. So here's how it goes, Steve. Here's how it goes with these documents. Bill Barr, that big fat piece of garbage, he's a turncoat. He turned on Donald Trump. Go with the left. Same thing with big fat Christie. You said that. I told you that a couple of weeks ago. That guy was no good. He is running his fat mouth about Donald Trump. I already knew he wasn't nothing but a rhino. All Christie is a Democrat. I don't even know why he won't go ahead to change his allegiance to the Democrats, Steve. Why he has the nerve to say he's running as a Republican. You ain't no Republican, Chris Christie, you big fat donut-eating piece of garbage. That guy there, he's the last guy who needs to be walking around talking about he's a Republican, Steve. It's embarrassing that he would even put his name in the hat as a Republican, because he's definitely a Democrat as far as I'm concerned. And Mike Pence, it's no surprise that Mike Pence has turned his back on Donald Trump, because he already did that when he was in the White House. So that's why, just in case you're wondering why you don't have a job, Mike Pence, as vice president in 2024, you can blame your own self for it, my man. And that's the reason why you have a job right now. So here's how I go. One last thing before I hang up with you, Steve, and that's for the woman. What's this woman's name with the blonde hair that Mary Jo that hangs out with Donald Trump? They're trying to say now that's the person right there, Steve. If the governor of Florida can't get the job, that's the person that Donald Trump needs to look at real closely as his vice president. This woman here is outspoken. She's the split personality of Donald Trump. She's just a female version of Donald Trump. And like I told you last night, Donald Trump is going to need a good backup just in case these losers try to put him in jail for a crime he didn't commit. And I believe that she would be the perfect person to be his vice president and take over if anything was to happen to good Mr. Donald Trump. And I'd like to hear what some of your callers had to say about that And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. That is none other than Marjorie Taylor Greene. All right. 844-844-3388. So this is what I was able to find when you're making it sound like Donald Trump and Jared Kushner sold some of this classified information to the Saudis. It's no under the table deal. It's all above board. But let's get a quick pause in here, and we'll give you what I've come across.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So it's called Affinity Partners. It's a new private equity fund started by Jared Kushner. The fund plans to invest some money from Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund in Israeli businesses, according to the Wall Street Journal, which would mark the first time since the giant Saudi fund has invested in Israel, which, of course, the Saudi government does not have a formal diplomatic relationship. Affinity Partners has selected at least 2 Israeli startups to invest in, according to those familiar with the plans. Affinity Partners has raised more than $3 billion, which includes a $2 billion commitment from the Saudi Public Investment Fund. Now, these private equity funds, these are about investing. It's about making money, right? After Saudi officials agreed that Affinity Partners could invest in Israel, Kushner, who played a leading role in the Middle East policy of his father-in-law, Donald Trump, during that administration. He met with dozens of companies, from agriculture to healthcare to software. Kushner did not specify which Israeli businesses the firm would be working with, nor how much money would be directed toward Israel. But he said, of course, his work in the White House that kicked off historic regional change, which needs to be reinforced and nurtured to achieve its potential. Of course, referring to the Abraham Accords, which did occur under the Trump administration. Now, he founded Affinity Partners after leaving the White House. Of course, Kushner, that is, played a significant role in advancing Israel's relations with its Arab neighbors. Serving as a senior advisor, Kushner actually helped broker those Abraham Accords, which brought a normalization deal between Israel, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates. He developed some rather strong ties with the Saudi leader, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. All right, a panel that reviews investments for the Saudi Public Investment Fund, which is worth about $620 billion. They initially objected to the proposed deal between Saudi Arabia and Affinity Partners. New York Times reported last month the panel raised concerns such as the inexperience of the Affinity Fund management and the possibility that the kingdom would be responsible for the bulk of the investment and taking on the risk. According to the minutes from a June 30th meeting obtained by the Times, the full board of the investment fund actually overruled the panel several days later. Affinity Partners is seeking to bring Israeli technology to Indonesia, another majority Muslim country without diplomatic relations with Israel. Now, prior to leaving the White House, Kushner and his team were working on a normalization deal between those two countries. Again, part of the Abraham Accords. That agreement did not come together before the Trump administration left office. But yeah, remember, the Abraham Accords was almost unheard of, normalizing relations between some of these Middle East countries, which seems to me like that's a good thing. All right, so I guess you take that and you say, oh, the Saudis gave Donald Trump and Jared Kushner $2 billion. No, they didn't give them the money. They're investing money. The Saudi fund has, $620 billion to play with? They invest in things all around the world. $2 billion out of $620 billion. That's chump change, right? But it's about making a return on investment, which isn't that what we're all supposed to be doing? All right, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Miami is ready for President Trump's arraignment at the federal courthouse tomorrow. Mayor Suarez assures that the city can handle large crowds with sufficient law enforcement and fire rescue personnel. The police chief has confirmed no credible threats exist at the present time. President Biden postponed a meeting with the head of NATO today due to a root canal procedure. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president is doing just fine after his root canal.
The procedure has been successfully completed, and he'll be certainly working in the residence this afternoon.
The meeting with the NATO Secretary General was rescheduled for tomorrow. American sentiment towards inflation is becoming increasingly positive as people believe it's on a downward trajectory. The latest survey of consumer expectations conducted by the New York Federal Reserve reveals that the inflation outlook reached its lowest point in 2 years in May. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
They got a recall to share with you. Navistar has filed 2 new recalls for brake fluid leaks linked to fires in trucks that it built for General Motors. More than 71,000 vehicles should park outside and away from structures. All right, latest recalls from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration website cover primarily IC buses and medium-duty international branded MV, Mark Victor MV trucks. Now, back in April, GM recalled more than 40,000 similar trucks that Navistar built for the automaker. Navistar later added another 9,100 international CV series trucks in a separate recall. A faulty brake pressure switch assembly can allow brake fluid to leak beyond the diaphragm seal into the pressure switch. The fluid may then seep into the switch's electrical components and short the brake pressure switch and the associated fuse. If brake fluid shorts the brake pressure switch and fuse, the circuit can generate excessive heat, resulting in a fire. The condition may set a service brake system malfunction indicator lamp. Yeah, GM has reported 11 instances of fire, smoke, or flame in their 2019 to 2023 Chevy Silverado. They've got the 4500, the 5500, the 6500 Class 4 through 6 trucks from January of 2021 and January of this year. Again, so these are the vehicles you're supposed to park. Don't put it in the garage. Park away from the structure, just in case. So there you go. Recall. Who we got on board here?
This is Dan, Steve.
Hello, Dan.
I was going to thanks for the explanation, the detailed explanation on that fund, that investment fund. I'm sure it was beyond the comprehension of the person that called in and said that Trump had. I mean, it's not with people like him going to the polls, canceling out you and me. It's no wonder we've got somebody like Biden in the White House.
Bingo.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't defend his position, and you helped him out by coming up at the top of the hour or a break, so you could conveniently break away before he sunk himself anymore. But and as far as that LIV thing was, that's the PGA bought LIV, because if you'll recall, they canceled all their tournaments for the Trump.
At Trump, yeah, right?
They did.
The PGA was distancing themselves
Jay.
from Trump. I guess after some of his comments on the campaign, when he said something about the bad hombres, the Mexicans coming in, they didn't like that. And I think they canned all the PGA tournaments at Trump courses, right?
They did, and then he sued, and he won, and they had to pay him a bunch of money. They had to pay the Trump organization a bunch of money for the canceled dates, which is what they did. But then Trump turned around, and he allowed his clubs to book LIV courses and encourage PGA members to switch to LIV, where LIV was putting out some big money, $75,000 for some of these people just to sign. And they went over there. And the ones who stay with the PGA are now PO'd because they're not getting any of the money. And these people who went to LIV are back with the PGA at higher salaries or more money. And it serves the PGA right. You understand what I'm saying? They decided to gang up on Trump, and they lost because LIV, people were bailing out going to LIV, the members on the tournament. So, but anyway, I did not fully understand this guy about the $2 billion. But when you mentioned about that $5 million that Hunter got and Joe Biden got, again, what I don't understand is if they're running this money through LLCs, which all have a federal employer identification number, got to have an FEIN. And the states that they incorporated these LLCs in or corporations in, you have to do tax returns. I mean, did the government just knowing this? I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to our country, but they deserve disrespect. And the media certainly, the mainstream media certainly does. If they were interested in this, they could see where this money was going. Because I really think they've got Biden to the wall on this. I really do. And if you're trying to tell me that these charges against Trump didn't come out because of this, that's fine. I got a bridge I'd like to sell you. Because they would know where the money's going. It's just that the FBI, and what that guy said about the laptop is not true. As you said, the FBI had that laptop. And they, as a matter of fact, went out and they knew it was true. I mean, I'm to the point, I really think this FBI can't be saved.
And that's in this same FBI. The FBI had it. Remember, and then under the Biden administration, was it not under Biden when they came out with these 50 quote current and former intelligence agencies? I can't remember what the time frame was when they came out with this, saying that it was all a Russian propaganda campaign. And come to find out, they all knew it wasn't, but yet they signed that document saying it was Russian propaganda.
Well, that was under President Trump, but I mean, he's not the one that did it. I mean, it was the 51, then they go 51 people who hate Trump.
Correct.
That came out and
Correct.
basically proved that they're liars. And they did that, and then the FBI, knowing this is a lie, sends agents out to social media companies. Again, under President Trump did not run the FBI.
Correct.
He should have fired the guy midstream, Christopher Wray. Again, this is the one criticism that President Trump deserves. Although he did such a great job running our country, I'll back off it. But these people he chose, and to associate with that Chris Christie or any of these people, I mean, there's another one out there, Asa Hutchinson, the former governor of New York. And I started digging into his background. Do you remember when Colin Powell died? I don't know if you remember that.
I don't remember anything associated with Asa Hutchinson.
When Colin Powell died, President Trump was not in office. He had left office.
Mm-hmm.
He made a statement. He goes, unfortunate that the man, what he was talking about was that Colin Powell was duped about weapons of mass destruction, and how he went out. Remember that Powell went out and made these statements about weapons of mass destruction as the basis for getting into Iraq. And Trump said it's unfortunate that the man got involved in that. Well, Asa Hutchinson, who's now running for president, former governor of Arkansas, made a statement called Trump a racist. Well, there's one problem there, Mr. Walmart, because that's who he represents. Some of the pundits say Asa Hutchinson, Republican Walmart. But Hutchinson and his wife went to, in 1968, the year Martin Luther King was assassinated, and Bobby Kennedy later that year, they both went to Bob Jones University, Bob Jones College, I think then, back in South Carolina. Bob Jones College would not admit blacks. It was a policy in writing. So you're telling me, sir, in 1968, you're from Arkansas, you traveled 1,000 miles, and race had nothing to do with why you chose a small college like that wouldn't let, say, for instance, Colin Powell in the college. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, and he's never explained that. I mean, I've got a problem, Steve, if you said to me, I went to this school and I knew damn well and right that school had a written policy. If you were anything other than white, you were not getting admitted to that school.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in 1968, you're going to choose a school like that and travel 1,000 miles to go to it, passing up several colleges along the way?
Right.
What a hypocrite. What a hypocrite. And that's who's fighting Trump. That's the allies of I mean, you don't hear these people speaking out against the laptop. I'm talking Republicans, the Bush-Cheney wing of the Republican Party, sometimes referred to as rhinos. You don't hear them speaking out against the laptop. You don't hear them speaking out against Russian collusion. And as I said before, that's the Republican Party has got to. Somebody needs to decisively take over the party, and that's Donald Trump. If not, most of these people don't care what Biden took $5 million, which is what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Do you honestly think there's going to be any accountability for it?
Only if the oversight
no.
committee. I mean, if they can get to the bottom of it. But I mean, obviously, like that's what they're saying right now. The oversight committee is saying, "Hey, you've had this 1023 for 3 damn years now, and you're telling us it's an active investigation. But what are you doing? It takes 3 years to get this done."
Well, number one, these revelations directly from the Ukrainian business person that Senator Grassley's bringing out are proving, I mean, it should scare Americans. We're in a very, very scary time international. Not that, I mean, I don't have a lot of faith in fellow citizens, but my point is it should scare people because the FBI, they're liars. They may call it redacting. They're withholding the truth. They knew damn well and right what they redacted. They knew that. So they knew that there were these 17 tapes that implicates the Bidens, and they did nothing with it. They tried to withhold it, and then finally they played hardball and said, "We're going to hold you in contempt of Congress." And he should be fired immediately, that Christopher Wray.
Yep.
If you want to know the truth of the matter, I think a lot of whatever the FBI does, which is hard for me to figure out what they do, I think that agency needs to be should be severely cut back. Severely cut back, and those whatever legitimate responsibilities they have needs to be sent out to other agencies like ATF. The IRS has their own police force. They've got criminal investigators. Why not let the other agencies, ATF, the U.S. Marshal's Office, instead of having these people sit around and I don't think you could tell me what they do other than sit and think up of ways to lie. I mean, why would you lie about and redact this information about a president of the United States? Biden got on there and admitted, which is really frightening that we've got somebody like that in the White House, admitted of what has been proven that he did. He admitted that. I said, you got so many hours to fire the guy, and unless you do the prosecutor, I'm out of here with the U.S. money, with the $6 billion. And one last thing. Let me go on record saying this Ukraine needs to end. Not saying the country, but are taking weapons and money from our country and putting it into them. All we're doing is, quite frankly, giving Russia a gift, because the more we keep extending that out, the more Russia watches us deplete our own military. And he needs to be told, you need to come to grips with Russia or find somebody else. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, you think
whatever this is
you think China's not paying attention to our depleted supplies, the javelins and all these weapons we're sending over there that they're pretty much admitting it's going to take us years to get our own defense supplies back where they need to be.
I think I heard Marco Rubio say we have, I think, 6 major defense manufacturers left in this country, And of those 6, a lot of them depend upon stuff from China.
Right.
The very thing that Trump brought to our attention. I mean, if our country gets in, God forbid we'd have to get into a war. They keep saying, well, we've got to defend Ukraine. We got to defend Taiwan, which I understand Taiwan could be. Taiwan paid $20 billion 2 years ago to the United States for weaponry, which they've still not had delivered to them. That's still not been delivered to them. And I mean, I don't understand how this continues. I mean, I do understand because, let's face it, Steve, the Army can't buy recruits anymore. I think there's so many people that don't even consider it anymore because they've gone so woke.
Yep.
But anyway, well, I appreciate it, and a very good compliment you on your way you handled that guy that called in with tinfoil hat on. That the money came to Kushner and this. I mean, and that explanation. I don't know if Trump. I think Trump. I know Trump got money from the PGA, the Trump Organization, but I don't know. I don't know what. I don't think he had any involvement. He may have. I'm sure he encouraged them to form LIV, and they did, and they were very successful at it. So much so that the PGA realized they had to buy it out, which is good. I hope it cost them a lot of damn money. Have a good day.
Thanks. Very good there. Dan, have a great morning. Yeah, speaking of, like I said, you think China's not paying attention to our weapon supplies being depleted. Just this past day, Chinese hackers are all but certain to disrupt American critical infrastructure like pipelines and railways in the event of a conflict with us. So says a senior U.S. cybersecurity official this past day. Made during an appearance at the Aspen Institute in Washington, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency Director Jen Easterly says Beijing is making major investments in the capability to sabotage U.S. infrastructure. This, I think, is the real threat that we need to be prepared for, she says, to focus on and build resilience against. She cautioned Americans need to be prepared for the likelihood that Beijing's hackers would dodge their defenses and cause damage in the physical world, given the formidable nature of the threat from these Chinese state actors, given the size of their capability, given how much resources and effort they're putting into it. It's going to be very, very difficult for us to prevent disruptions from happening. Chinese embassy in Washington did not immediately respond to a request seeking reaction to that warning. Easterly's comments, though, followed a question about an alleged Chinese hacking group known as Volt Typhoon, which U.S. officials and cybersecurity companies accused of positioning itself to carry out very disruptive cyber attacks in the event of a conflict. Now, her comments just pretty much expanded on a warning from earlier this year by the U.S. intelligence community, which said at their annual threat assessment, Beijing currently could consider undertaking aggressive cyber operations against our homeland critical infrastructure and military targets, should Chinese decision makers believe a major fight with the United States were to be imminent. Oh boy, crazy times, crazy times. Well, good morning, Wheelchair Dave. What's happening?
Hey there, Steve-O. Well, I don't know what the rules are for the big cookie, but it needs to be broken in half and
yourself and Dan definitely deserve to share the big cookie this morning.
Well, I appreciate that, Dave. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't know if the host is allowed to eat half the big cookie or not, but hey, why not? Yeah, Dan, I tell you what, sounded like I was listening to Vic there for a while. But I wanted to remind everybody that on the 14th is coming up Flag Day for the United States, and get people out there to go out and buy an American flag and put it up on a pole or whatever, and put that thing up high and show it off on Flag Day or any other days as well.
Absolutely. I've got my flag up all the time. And I actually got my lights on it there during the overnight hours, so I leave it up 24 hours. And now, if it got bad weather coming in, I might take it down. But yeah.
Well, that's absolutely great. Speaking of weather and stuff, so how did Turbo do while you and the missus were gone for the weekend?
He was fine. He didn't have any issues apparently. So, yeah, between my daughter and my mom, they took care of him. It was only a couple of days, so he was fine. But he was happy to see me when we got back.
Yeah, there you go. How about that? Hey, those pictures that I recently sent to you, I wanted to share with you. If you look at those, it's kind of interesting. I was down on my boat dock, and this movie boat come by my boat dock.
Yeah, linearmovie.com. Is you say it's going to be kind of like a Walking Dead kind of film sort of thing coming up here? Hey, I'm looking at the clock, so we got to pause there. But hang in there. Final hour is just ahead. Rolling into a Tuesday. We get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is in Florida ahead of his arraignment on Tuesday, and he's speaking out about the federal indictment against him.
The former president wasted no time after landing in Miami to attack the Biden administration and the federal charges he's facing.
They've weaponized the Justice Department, absolutely weaponized it, in order to try and win an election where he's way behind.
In an interview on Radio Libre 790 in Miami, Trump said,
"There's never been anything like it. A witch hunt like this has never taken place. when you look at what they've done and when you look at the criminal acts and the horrible acts that they've committed, and then they come after me.
Trump is facing federal charges of possessing documents with national security implications. I'm John Schaefer.
Miami's mayor is promising residents and visitors the city is ready for whatever happens there amidst the Trump legal case. Mayor Francis Suarez on Monday.
Everyone has a right to peacefully express themselves and exercise their constitutional rights.
Residents and businesses in a rural East Kentucky town were being told to shelter in place after an officer-involved shooting. Olive Hill police say an officer was shot from a wooded area, and the suspect was not seen. The injured officer was airlifted to a hospital. Olive Hill is about 85 miles east of Lexington. President Biden postponed a meeting with the head of NATO after undergoing a root canal procedure Monday.
The procedure has been successfully completed, and he'll be certainly working in the residence.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president was doing just fine. Student loan payments are due starting October. The Department of Education said the pandemic pause on monthly federal student loan bills will resume this year. They say student loan interest will resume September 1st, with payments due beginning in October. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Gender-affirming treatments will now be protected in New York City. This includes reassignment surgery and hormone therapy. Mayor Eric Adams signed an executive order prohibiting the use of city resources to detain people who provide lawful treatments. It also prohibits the city from cooperating with out-of-state investigations. A Senate committee is asking for details on the PGA Tour's merger with LIV Golf.
PGA and the Saudi-backed LIV Golf made a controversial merger to form a bigger organization in what lawmakers call a drastic reversal in its position. Democrat Richard Blumenthal is requesting details of the agreement. He said it raises serious questions regarding the reasons for the announced agreement in a letter to the PGA Tour's commissioner. The Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations also sent a version of the letter to LIV Golf's CEO. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Biden administration is defending its decision to initially say news reports of a secret Chinese spy operation in Cuba were inaccurate.
We were as forthcoming as we should have been at the time the first stories appeared.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters on Monday the information was sensitive at the time of the news reports. He said there's a limit on what can be disclosed. Kirby just last week called the news stories revealing the operation inaccurate. Wall Street's closing higher to start the week. Stocks rallied on expectations the Federal Reserve will skip another rate increase at this week's policy meeting. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, here we go. Back for that final hour. Yeah, we left off with Wheelchair Dave there. Thanks for hanging in there. So, yeah, LanierMovie.com was the website that they were showing there. What are they doing?
Yeah, so they were out there filming, and they'd come down past my dock there, and I kind of waved them over to my dock. After they went down, turned around, they come over, and they said sign onto that banner right there, and you could watch the trailer. Apparently, that movie or series is going to come out in September.
Okay.
And you need to watch that trailer because I personally think it's a little controversy, but anyhow, the actors and stuff were on the front of that boat, Steve. They were dressed up with burlap bags over their heads and had whips in their hands. And check out those pictures kind of close, and you'll see what I'm talking about and stuff. But,
okay.
Also wanted to send you pictures of my dog. Yonder the Wonder Dog.
Yeah, a nice looking chocolate lab.
Yeah, she's 2.5 now. So, and I raise them up to be service dogs, and my last two ones, I have one that lasted, both of them almost lasted 17 years. Now, they didn't serve that long for service dogs. After about 10, you got to retire them. But as far as their lifespan, I had two labs that lived to almost 17 years old. So I'm hoping that I'm doing the right thing, and God willing, this dog will do the same.
There you go.
But I just wanted to give you a call and remind everybody about Flag Day, and then also, isn't it kind of a coincidence that Trump's birthday happens to be the same day as Flag Day?
How about that?
It's something else, isn't it? All right, you have a great morning. Bye-bye now.
Thanks for checking in. Wheelchair Dave down on Lake Lanier. Now, I did the LanierMovie.com thing, but it takes me to a screen that asks for a password, like it's a secure location, so I can't see the trailer. Yo, Pappy.
Taking the gun belt off, Steve.
Call it a day.
Another night. Call it a night, brother. Hey, listen, man. The difference between, I think, us and Sundance even, if what Sundance said is true, I would say bury Trump underneath the jail.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
If that claim is true, arrest him, bury him underneath the jail. The problem is, Steve, is they lied and lied and lied and lied about this man. And whatever he hears on CNN, he wants to believe. Going back to the collusion, Steve. I mean, what they didn't know was Trump was a germaphobe. So when they tried to say that there was a Russian lady of the night,
yeah,
right, that there was a videotape of her relieving herself on Donald Trump, let's say, that they expected people to believe this. But they didn't know he was a germaphobe. Come to find out, it was a lie. But they pushed that lie for years and years, and finally the Mueller report proved that there's nothing to this. It's a bunch of BS. Then I said the other night how Adam Schiff comes out, talks about the phone call between Trump and Ukraine, the lies that spewed out of his mouth. And then when Trump released a transcript, right, proved him false. They just lie. They don't care. They arrest people in Trump's orbit, criminally charge them, to pressure them into trying to make some false allegations against Trump. Listen, man, you give us something, we're going to throw the book at you. And nothing. So whatever he heard on CNN, if he wants to believe it, you know, man, oh man, like last caller said, you know, we got people that are voting that believe and can't think for themselves. Hey, real quick, Miss Green, when Bongino interviewed her, she said they got the receipts from the money.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, they got a receipt of this payment for $5 million. And when you were talking about the 51 Intel people, you know, that came out and said, hey, that's all Russian. The Hunter laptop, it's all Russian disinformation. Nothing to it. Well, what else was proven, Steve? They found some emails when the debate was getting ready to come out. They knew Trump was going to bring this up. They said, man, how are we going to counter this? Right? We're in trouble, man. We need a way to counter this. And in the emails, hey, I got a way to counter this. We'll just come out and call it Russian disinformation. Proven fact that these people knew it was fake, signed their names to a piece of paper. That's what we're dealing with, Steve. And why does the FBI do the things they're doing? Because of political activists, man. Simple.
How many times did Joe Biden say he has, and to this day, he has no idea of his son's business dealings? He had never had any discussions with him about any of his business dealings. And apparently they have recorded phone call conversation with one of his son's business dealings.
Steve, they got people signing in at the White House. They got photographs with these business partners. Remember a long time ago, I said, I brought this up. I said, listen to me, man, you need to tell me. They're on Air Force 2, I guess, whatever it's called, for the vice president, coming back from Ukraine. You're in there, you know, having a little chit-chat with the son. He lands a $50,000 a month paycheck job over there. He
they didn't know.
Hey, Dad,
we didn't talk anything. Didn't even mention it, right? Yeah, I didn't even mention that.
Yeah. Come on. They play us for fools. You know, and they don't care, Steve. That's the thing is they'll lie right into that camera. Like I said, they know they're lying and they don't care. They lie. We know they're lying. They know we know they're lying, and they just don't care because they're in charge, and we're not, and we're going to do what they say, or else you just might get arrested. You just might get indicted. All right, man. Sorry to call back. But, you know, that's the only thing I had to say about Sundance, man. I mean, come on, man. I mean, as much stuff as lies that were told, proven lies. And he wants to believe something like that, have at it. Thanks a bunch. Be safe.
There you go. Will it go anywhere? Probably not. Representative Andy Ogles of Tennessee has introduced articles of impeachment against President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris yesterday. First article of impeachment, Ogles' first article against Biden, accusing him of weaponizing the executive branch to shield the business and influence peddling schemes of his family from congressional oversight and public accountability. second article of impeachment said that Biden, contrary to his oath, has failed to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, directly facilitated the ongoing southern border crisis, and endangered the people of the United States. Regarding the first article, he pointed to Biden's FBI Director Christopher Wray and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen claiming they denied members of Congress documents they sought in their oversight role, including bank suspicious activity reports concerning the Biden family, information pertaining to several LLC companies used to funnel millions of dollars to Biden family members, intricate financial webs to deceive the public, and obscure sources of those funds. The lawmaker further referenced the alleged bribery scheme involving Biden and Hunter, the FD 1023 form that was just made available last week. All right, Ogles noted in his article of impeachment in 2016, then Vice President Biden demanded the Ukrainian prosecutor Viktor Shokin, who was looking into the Burisma corruption, be fired or lose your $1 billion in U.S. loan guarantees. Of course, on tape, well, son of a bitch, he got fired. And Biden bragging at the Council on Foreign Relations meeting in 2018. Hunter earning $80,000 a month on that Burisma board. Since the creation of the Department of Homeland Security, the number of monthly encounters on our southern border had never crossed the 200,000 threshold. The Biden administration is responsible for the six highest and 8 of the 10 highest months ever recorded. Customs and Border data show over 1.4 million illegals have been apprehended this fiscal year as of April. 2.38 million entered the U.S. illegally in fiscal year 2022, up from 1.73 million in fiscal year 21 during the first year of Biden's term. Due to rampant drug trafficking at our southern border, the leading cause of death for Americans ages 18 to 45 can now be attributed to fentanyl overdoses. The DEA, more than 50 million fentanyl pills and 10,000 pounds of fentanyl powder, enough to kill 379 million people, were seized in 2022. The article of impeachment for Harris focused on her failure as the border czar. I mean, that was the one duty she was given, to address the crisis at the southern border. Kamala Harris has demonstrated extraordinary incompetence in the execution of her duties and responsibilities, and an indifference to Americans suffering as a result of America's ongoing southern border crisis. Again, will it go anywhere? Yeah, no. But with that, a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, looking at 21 past the hour, and what do you say, horse feathers?
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, so I think I told you in the beginning of the show there I hadn't gotten there. And while I was offloading there, I had an idea where to go. So I believe I found the link to give everybody the invite to Mudflap from my account. And there should be a referral code. And I believe it's the same one for everybody, so it can be used multiple times. It's not just a one-time thing. So everybody can use that referral code. And if you click on that, it should take you to a sign-up page, and you fill it out, and you get your diesel fuel with the Mudflap app at their locations that they're certified to use at, and get your discounted fuel. And what proceeds go to me, because I get a little bonus for having you sign up from my account. I'll donate all those proceeds into my Make-A-Wish donation deal here. So anyways, I think all that's there and should be able to be used there. So I put a link there on the Steve Summers page, and then the couple other ones there. What is there, an Outcast and something else? And
okay.
So and then again, it's on my. I actually pinned it on my page, so I guess when you do that, that makes it stay at the top, and so that should keep it up there. So if anybody looks for it, or if anybody needs some help with it, or wants it personally sent to them, you can instant message me, or if you have my email me, and I'll forward it along. But as I say, it's a way for you to save money on your diesel fuel, and a way to send a few extra bucks to the kids. So
there you go.
I believe it's up and running. So to change the subject here, did you see the video, the dash cam of the car that was traveling on 95 just before the bridge had collapsed, when there was smoke coming up from underneath it? Did you get to see that video at all?
I have not seen that video. Was there any video of the actual collapse, or no?
Not of the collapse that I know of, but the news, it must have been an NBC News or WBA 11 had it. That's about the only thing I usually have on for trying to catch the weather with. They had a dash cam from somebody that was traveling, and if you look at the Jersey walls on each side of the bridge, you can see that the collapse was already was imminent. It was already the deterioration of the bridge structure was actually going, because you could see where it almost looked like you could see where it dipped. You could see where the Jersey walls were lower on the bridge, and these couple vehicles are still going over top of the bridge. It's still intact from one side to the other, and this dash cam showed that, and if you look, as I say, you look at the Jersey walls, you don't look at just where the vehicle's traveling, but off to the side of the Jersey walls. It was really, I guess, either impressive or scary, one or the other, or maybe both. But there was smoke coming up on both sides of the bridge, and so I think they were showing the video for the smoke part, but I don't think people realized how close that bridge was to collapse at the time they went across it. And so I guess what I saw of it there, the ramps up in that area, And what it looked like, this ramp here actually hooked back underneath the highway. When he exited right, it actually looked like it made a left turn back under, a sweeping left turn back under the highway. So if he was traveling too fast down the ramp, it wouldn't have taken too much to get into all the structure, all the pillars or whatever wall they had built underneath to get the bridge above, So anyways, it's kind of a bad thing all the way around. And I kind of was agreeing with Eagle that, to have that type of accident and the bridge collapse and all that, there probably wasn't much of a way for the driver to get out. It's kind of, again, they should have, held off on their reporting until they had all the facts. And that's kind of where I kind of say with all these stories that we get, that people start saying things, and cue ball kind of said it. One reporter said it at the beginning, and nobody checked the facts or held off to make sure the facts were accurate before they went on reporting it. So, but anyways, so all that's good. I guess we're up and running, and so anybody. And the other thing is if anybody wants to share that link, feel free to share it. And I guess maybe we ought to put the overnight drive code in with it or something. Maybe, I don't know if we should or not. But tell people to save money on the stuff that'll save them fuel.
That's right.
Help their oil. So, anyways, all right. Thanks for that, Your Honor. And we'll let you get back at it here.
All right, the Mud Flap app, right? All right, about a minute for news break time. Should the time come, should Trump get the nomination, should Trump win, which, it may be a long shot. Going after a presidential political opponent has consequences, Trump says. And now, he says, the gloves will come off. The seal for going after your political opposition as the U.S. president is broken. This is as he was headed to Miami for his court appearance today. He took to Truth Social to say, now that the seal is broken, in addition to closing the border and removing all the criminal elements that have illegally invaded our country, making America energy independent and even dominant again, and immediately ending this war between Russia and Ukraine, I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of the USA, Joe Biden and the entire Biden crime family, and all others involved in the destruction of our elections, borders, and country itself. The gloves are off. Giuliani kind of chimed in about the evidence that he had given to the FBI that they didn't do anything with, but we get a news break here.
USA News Update. When it comes to some topics and at certain times, the American public is on a need-to-know basis, according to National Security Advisor John Kirby, who spoke after it turned out China is operating a spy base in Cuba. Last week, Kirby had called news reports about it inaccurate.
The sensitive nature of this information is such that we just simply couldn't go into more detail.
Beijing upgraded the facility in 2019 during the Trump administration. A Utah mother who allegedly killed her husband and then wrote a children's book about grief will remain behind bars for now. A Summit County judge denied a bond request from Corey Richins. Prosecutors say Richins gave her husband a drink spiked with a deadly dose of fentanyl last year. Her next court appearance set for June 22nd. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as we make that turn, head toward home here on a Tuesday morning. Get back to the calls here. See quickly, first couple from the email bag. Who we got checking in here? There we go. It is indeed Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation. And as always, the great product of Staybill. Only going to 66 today with some rain in Fort Wayne. Same for Sterling Heights as we're ready to get this day underway. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and the flip back again. All right, good morning. Truck and Phil Semper Fi. Let's see. I believe Eagle is back on board, and maybe that's Gilligan checking in, I think, next. Yes, Eagle, what you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple of other things, Steve. Going back over what's supposed to transpire tomorrow with Donald Trump. I advise all your listeners to tune in tomorrow. I understand he's supposed to go into courtroom around 3 o'clock tomorrow Eastern.
Correct.
In Miami, Florida. And then he's supposed to fly back to New Jersey to his golf resort and hold a news. I know that'll probably be around 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow night. So you definitely want to hear what Trump got to say. I guarantee you he's not going to back down none. He's already shown that, Steve. I'm still full throttle with Donald Trump. I got his back. I don't believe none of these things that these people are saying about Donald Trump, these fake, false documents. Now they got another deal out saying that Donald Trump can't keep the lawyers, don't want to work for him. They saying that he doesn't want to pay his lawyer fees, that now he can't keep it, and that's a bold-faced lie. They're trying to say that Donald Trump tries to get the lawyers to lie for him, and now they're setting themselves up for trouble, for lying, on behalf of Donald Trump. Like I said, it's always some anonymous name, Steve. But I do believe that Donald Trump, he's going to have to clean out Mar-a-Lago, his home. I believe that there is definitely an imposter working in the Mar-a-Lago establishment that's giving this information out. Donald Trump is going to have to go through his whole staff and figure out who this individual is. If he got to fire the whole staff, then that's what he got to do. But there's definitely somebody in there that's trying to take Donald Trump down. I believe that he possibly works with the Democrats. So Donald Trump's going to have to figure out who this individual is, Steve, because somebody is definitely causing unnecessary problems. But like I said, Steve, here's what makes me so sick about the whole Donald Trump situation. If they treated Joe Biden, the Clintons, and Obama the same way, hey, if Donald Trump committed a crime, like Pappy said a few minutes ago, put him under the jail. But we know for sure what the Clintons have done and what good old Joe Biden has done. And nothing is going to happen to these people, Steve. But you just said a few minutes ago, and they said during your break, and I just seen it on a video on my phone, Donald Trump has already said if he gets back in the White House, he's going to bring all these losers to justice, and that he put out people to investigate Biden, his son, and anybody else that's committed crimes over the last 4 years. And that's exactly what Donald Trump needs to do when he get back in the White House. Like I told you last night, Steve, one of the biggest mistakes Donald Trump ever made in his life was when he didn't put Hillary Clinton in jail when he was in the White House. Because you could bet your last dollar. You notice how quiet these people are, Steve. My grandfather told me this a long time ago when I was a kid. Silence is golden. You see how quiet Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Bill Clinton are right now. The reason why they're so quiet is because they're sitting back watching all these things that are happening to Donald Trump because they're the ones that are responsible for it. If they wasn't responsible for it, they'd be flapping their mouth, talking all kind of trash right now. But all three of these individuals are quiet as a mouse right now. They sitting back laughing at Donald Trump, laughing at hopefully the downfall of Donald Trump. That's what they think. But they don't realize, Steve, over the last couple of days, Donald Trump has gone up in popularity since this so-called scandal. Real America, he's not going to lose his base followers, people like me and people that's been following him ever since 2015. He's not losing people like me, but he's going to gain all these losers that's been on the Biden bandwagon for the last 4 years and seen the country going down the drain. I talk to people every day that's jumping off of the Biden bandwagon and getting on the Trump train, headed back to the White House. So they can bring up every scandal they want to bring, Steve. They think that they're hurting Donald Trump and they're going to take him down, but I got bad news for them. You're only helping Donald Trump get right back in the White House. So keep doing what you're doing, Democrats. You're only showing how stupid you are, and eventually Donald Trump will end up back in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Very good, Eagle. Thank you very much, okay. Going back to the whole laptop thing, we were talking about Giuliani. Yesterday, he denounced Jack Smith's claim in a brief and a harried news conference Friday announcing the first ever indictment of a former president, saying that there's one system of laws And that applies equally to everyone. Well, of course, that's the most ridiculous, idiotic statement to make on a day in which we find out the Bidens took a $10 million bribe from Ukraine, which I could have told you, you know, and I did tell the Department of Justice 3 years ago. They followed up on none of the evidence that I gave them. They were hoping people would disappear or die. It's extraordinary. Now, he did say that he added the Pittsburgh Attorney General was looking into the case before it was taken away from him by then Attorney General Bill Barr, who gave it to the U.S. Attorney in Delaware, who didn't do anything with it. There's that Bill Barr again showing up in the mix. All right, let me see. Gilligan, I believe, on board. What's happening, Gilligan?
Oh, not much, Steve. Just driving up 81 East Racing Cup.
There it is.
My normal gig. Yeah. Hey, you know, they're throwing up articles of impeachment on Biden. Does anybody really believe this is going anywhere?
No.
I don't know why they're wasting their time. It's like when they drove up the articles of impeachment on Donald Trump. They knew it wasn't going anywhere. They knew they didn't have the votes. They knew they didn't have the evidence. But Adam Schiff did not go to prison for what he attempted. It just proves we have a two-tier justice system. It is beyond belief what this country's turned to. If I'm not mistaken, when they actually impeached Bill Clinton, wasn't that only the second impeachment trial in U.S. history? And it was like President Johnston from back in it was after the late 1860s. It was after the Civil War. And that they did not pass. And if I'm not mistaken, Nixon resigned before they could put him on trial for impeachment. Am I correct on that?
As far as Nixon goes, I'm trying to think there were two others before Clinton, but I'd have to go back and do a little research.
Okay. I'm thinking it was Johnston, and they didn't get to. I think Johnston was the president's name, and they just impeached him by one vote. If my history is correct on that.
So, yeah, it was Andrew Johnson in 1868, Clinton in 1998, Trump 2019 and 21. And, yeah, so Nixon did resign, of course. Yep.
Right. And if you remember, they brought up articles of impeachment on George Bush, but it never went anywhere. Remember that? They tried to do this whole impeachment bit is going crazy ever since Clinton. Democrats have been trying to get back at the Republican Party ever since then. The thing is, with Bill Clinton, he may have not been impeached, but he did commit the crime that impeachment. He wasn't removed from office. He was impeached, but he did commit the crime of lying under oath. You remember, all they did was deflect. Oh, no, it's about sex. It's about sex. It's about sex. Forget the fact that he did commit the crime. This has been going on probably, reminded your lifetime, really. So, they've been doing this kind of thing. We've had a two-tier justice system for at least over 50 years. It's just, I'll never get why people like Sundance can't see that this crap they're putting out, they don't want to see it. They got the blinders on. They only see what they want to see. I've said that several times. Anyway. I'll get on the lighter side of things. I sent you two pictures. I didn't realize that the news was out that GMA&B Enterprises has decided to sell blinds. Did you see the back of our truck?
I did indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes. Blind man driving. Yes. .com.
Yes. he's driving around. And don't worry, folks. He's got Amy, his fiance, directing him on where to turn and when to brake and when not to. So she's got a set of eyes for him there. Another thing too, we are introducing a very new special product, and it is way below the normal price. We are selling guard balls for an incredible low price of $19.95. You can order your guard log. But wait, there's more.
Oh.
For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can get 2 guard balls. Yes, that's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. And just remember our motto at GMA&B Enterprises, brought to you by my late great father, the West Virginia Werewolf. We'll cheat you, treat you right. Thank you, Steve, and I hope everybody has.
You always get it right the first time and then screw it up.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. Let me see. Wheelchair Dave back again. Yeah, I was able to find. I found the movie premiere thing there.
Okay, good. I was gonna say, kind of like pencils for everyone, Sugar Bear. But I apologize for calling back in. Yeah, that's all just one word. LanierMovie.com, all just one word.
Yeah, when
I think legal issues, they can't really call it Lake Lanier Movie. You know what I mean?
No, when I typed in Lanier Movie, when I typed it in like that, I still got wanted a password. I just did a Google search. I just typed in Lanier Movie, and it brought up several different previews and whatnot. I guess some of the write-ups they've had down there in the news about where they were filming there at the lake and all that.
Yeah. They're going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff, the history of this lake. And
are they saying that's supposed to be based on based on a true story?
Yes, unfortunately. Really? I don't want to get into that on the air because it's you watch that trailer, it's too much.
Yeah.
That's you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Did you watch that? Yeah. It's too much to get into, and I don't want to go down that road.
Yeah, sure.
In fact, I probably shouldn't be promoting the thing here, but it was kind of interesting that it came by my dock, and I happened to snap the pictures, and not every day that a movie boat comes by my dock and I talk to the people that are producing it. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
So, anyhow,
So
yeah.
so that was what, a few weeks
thanks.
ago? Was that a few weeks ago when they came? Because I saw a story that said they wrapped up filming like at the end of March or something, or.
Well, they just came by this past weekend.
Really?
So that
okay.
banner that's on the side of the boat, they're driving it all over the lake, you know, trying to drum up people to tune in.
I got you.
Yeah, I guess it comes out sometime in September there. But if you look at it, it's going to be kind of like that Walking Dead as well. You know, a lot of that was made down here too, you know. Well, still is too, you know, on the south side of Atlanta down there. That Walking Dead. All right, let somebody else get in, Steve. I'm sorry for calling back.
Hey, not a problem. Hey, good to hear from you. All right. I got a little write-up here from What Lies Beneath. Uncovering the truth about Oscarville and Lake Lanier. Okay. Hey, over the weekend, this past weekend, apparently there was a Biden administration event that was unable to proceed. A group of Navajo Nation citizens protested a new oil leasing ban by forming a road blockade that shut down the Biden administration event. Interior Secretary Deb Haaland on June the 2nd placed a ban on oil, gas, and mineral leasing within 10 miles of Chaco Canyon at the Chaco Cultural National Historical Park in New Mexico. This ban, they say, is expected to remain in effect for 20 years despite pushback from the Navajo community, arguing that the prohibition would negatively impact low-income residents who depend financially on land leases there. Within that 10-mile buffer zone, 53 allotments generate $6.2 million a year in royalties for more than 5,000 Navajo citizens. Another 418 allotments within the buffer zone are not leased right now. Navajo members estimated to lose $194 million as a result of the ban, according to the Western Energy Alliance. Is this just more of our war on fossil fuels? The green energy deal? The Navajo Nation president stated that many individuals in the area leased their land to these fossil fuel companies. The government awarded land allotments to the Navajo citizens back in the 1900s as a consolation for the downsizing of the tribe's territory. So here you got government coming in and now taking it back. He said to totally disregard these local communities, there's no need to celebrate putting people into poverty. No reason to celebrate undermining the Navajo Nation's sovereignty, undermining everything that comes into working with the tribes, in this case, the Navajo Nation. You can't pound your chest on going after people in poverty. So I don't know who would want to celebrate that. Yeah, I don't know. You must not have a heart if you're going to put people that are already impoverished in third world country conditions and barely have enough to pay for gas, food, laundry, daily necessities, and put them in an even tougher situation. Now, he was accused of failing to properly consult with the Navajo Nation before implementing the ban. Haaland, that is, the Interior Secretary. The tribe previously supported a 5-mile buffer zone around the canyon, but claimed that they wouldn't even consider that. Now, according to the Department of Interior, the ban will not impact existing leases. Critics of the action claim that the buffer zone indirectly takes the Navajo Nation's allotments worthless since drilling would require crossing through federal land that will be impacted by the ban, though. So, yeah, Sunday, the Navajo citizens protested the Department of Interior's ban, creating a road blockade that prevented Howland and Brian Newland, the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, from attending a scheduled event celebrating the action of the Chaco Cultural Natural Historical Park. All right, so yeah, so we head down the home stretch. Yeah, Pappy said, yep, no drilling. I was going to talk about that drilling thing. I'll remind myself to talk about that tomorrow. Yeah, so I don't know, everything you made deals. You took more of their land away. And you say, well, you can make some money. You can lease some of this land to the oil drilling companies. Make a lot of money. Then you come back in and say, oh, I'm sorry, no more leases. I can see why they'd be upset about that. Someone mentioned last evening RFK, last story this Tuesday morning, that RFK running for president, RFK Jr., is kind of not favored by many in the Democrat Party because he's kind of telling the truth about some subjects. And one of those is the climate change issue. He's not on board this whole green energy crap deal. He said he's calling out the left-wing billionaires using the climate change issue to push totalitarian controls, explaining that climate and pollution issues are being manipulated by mega billionaires like Bill Gates for their own ends. Yeah, he kind of compared how the government used the COVID pandemic to forward their top-down totalitarian controls on society. And they're pretty much doing the same thing with the climate change issue. All right, well, a big thank you for spending some time with us here on a Tuesday morning. Have a great day. Be safe out there. Come back here at the midnight hour. What will we be saying? We'll be saying, hey, Mike, right? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.